Order. We will now begin the daily routine. We'll begin with presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a document from the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care entitled the 2024-2025 Directory of Programs and Services, the Positive Aging Directory.
The report has been tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in my role as Minister for Gaelic Affairs. Whereas Tartan Day was chosen to be held on April 6th by its Nova Scotian founder, Jean Watson, in tribute to the Declaration of Arbroath, which was made on the same date in 1320, which states in part, "As long as 100 of us remain alive, never will we on any conditions be subjected to the lordship of the English. It is in truth not for glory, nor riches, nor honours that we are fighting, but for freedom alone, which no honest man gives up, but with life itself." And whereas Scottish Gaels created through their cultural practices a process of weaving material from wool upon which they dyed patterns referred to as brecon, tartan, and through their Gaelic language give us the terms Amfelach Mór, the great kilt, Amfelach Beck, the little kilt, Amfelach Brecon, belted plaid, and through their Bardach, Gaelic poetry, praise the wearing of tartan as a badge of their cultural identity and have passed down to us the cherished cultural practice of Luagach, the milling frolic, where Gaelic song would be sung to accompany the work of preparing cloth for kilt and other garment making. And whereas following the Battle of Culloden, one of the many measures designed to break their Gaelic identity and pacify their society, laying the groundwork for the Highland clearances and the voluntary and forced immigration of an estimated 250,000 Gaels, was the implementation of the Dress Act, which banned the wearing of tartan from 1746 to 1782. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly recognize Wa Avrekan as a day to learn more about Scottish Gaels and their resilience and how they have enriched our province via their Gaelic language and cultural expression through poetry, song, music, dance, story, foodways, and customs. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April 7th to April 14th is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and whereas our passionate 911 call takers and emergency dispatchers play a critical role in protecting the health and safety and property of Nova Scotians, and whereas many lives are saved each year thanks to the dedicated services of 911 call takers and emergency dispatchers, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature honor and pay tribute to the hundreds of public safety telecommunicators who work behind the scenes to provide a vital link to the public safety services on which Nova Scotia relies. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. Oh, my apologies. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month and the opportunity to raise awareness to show our support for survivors of sexual assault, and whereas sexual violence and sexual assault are serious crimes that have negative social, health, and public safety implications that affect victims, survivors, and their families, particularly women, girls, and gender-diverse individuals, and whereas through the National Action Plan plan to end gender-based violence and Standing Together, the Status of Women office provides funding to a number of community-based projects that are focused on prevention, supporting those impacted by violence, and programs that provide trauma-informed, culturally appropriate support. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and to learning more about how we can prevent sexual violence and resources in our communities at breakthesilenceNS.ca. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to bring everyone's attention to our press gallery where we have a familiar face that joins us here every day, Jean Laroche. John is with us on our good days, on our bad days. Sometimes he creates the bad days. Does he create the good days? He's a friend to all of us in this chamber, maybe even the Premier. Not sure if he's the Premier's friend. But I would like to read this resolution. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the media plays an important role in covering political politics and informing Nova Scotians on the work of government, and whereas Jean Laroche has been a journalist with the CBC since 1987, and whereas this legislative session marks Jean's 30th year reporting at Province House, covering governments of all stripes, minority and majority governments, led by 8 different premiers. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of the House join me in thanking Jean Laroche for his 30 years covering Province House with the CBC and sharing the important work of this legislature and the provincial government with Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Order. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I read my second government notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do. Order. There's a little bit of chatter in the chamber. Could we reduce that, please? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to introduce a group of dedicated adult learners to the legislature today. Here with us is Ariane Richardson-Coate, Selena Atwell, Vicky Stedman, Furman Young, Clinton Ray Howard, Rachel Brodigan, and Ruth Brown. But Madam Speaker, I think the group has grown quite large. We also have staff from Literacy Nova Scotia, so I ask all of us to give them a huge round of applause and congratulate them for all their work and success.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians have celebrated the achievements and dedication of adult learners during Adult Learners Week from March 31st to April 6th, 2024 at events across the province, and whereas literacy and lifelong learning equip Nova Scotians with the skills and confidence needed to fully reach their potential and the demands of the rapidly changing workplace, and whereas the Government of Nova Scotia is committed to helping Nova Scotians advance their education and strengthen their skills by providing tuition-free adult high school diploma programs, GED testing services, and adult literacy programs through the Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning, which has resulted resulted in thousands of learners continuing their personal development through the many academic opportunities available in our province. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing this week, March 31st to April 6, 2024, as International Adult Learners Week in the province of Nova Scotia, and encourage all Nova Scotians to honor the importance of literacy and the role it plays in establishing the foundation for the social and economic well-being of our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to stand for a minute and recognize that tomorrow is Tartan Day. And if you recall, 2019, that Speaker Murphy at the time introduced a tartan for our Legislative Assembly. Some are wearing it here today. It also some bagpipers, as yourself and the previous Premier. I don't know if there's any others would normally be wearing a kilt. Maybe tomorrow at the hockey game I'll be wearing mine. But also do want to make reference to the member from Saffel-Cobequid who certainly wore a kilt today. But National Tartan Day, let's celebrate our Scottish heritage and have a great Tartan Day tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the curling world. Yesterday kicked off the Blue Nose Curling Bonspiel 2024, hosted by Loose Ends Curling League. The annual Curling Bonspiel is hosting queer curlers from all over the Atlantic provinces and beyond, all under one roof to showcase all of their curling talents. I would like to encourage any members who are interested in curling to attend the Blue Nose Bonspiel at the Mayflower Curling Club this weekend. Curling is a fun time for all ages, and the schedule is posted online at looseendscurling.ca. I encourage everyone to go on out this weekend and enjoy the curling world.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, today marks what could be the end of another legislative session, and I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to every single member of the staff who's worked tirelessly behind the scenes to put all this together and make this work possible. Firstly, a big thank you to Ledge TV for their streaming services, ensuring that Nova Scotians can stay engaged with our proceedings. To the commissionaires and Halifax Regional Police, thank you for your commitment to keeping us safe throughout the session. To the clerks, pages, and House operations team for their diligent efforts in ensuring that the legislative process runs smoothly and that members are duly informed. A special mention to the team in the library as well, whose incredible research skills and readiness to assist at a moment's notice are truly commendable. Thanks to the media for the role they play in keeping us accountable for our toes. The dedication to transparency and accountability is vital to our democracy. And congratulations to Jean Laroche on 30 years. And lastly, it's crucial to recognize the hardworking individuals in our party caucus offices and the staff at home. Your hours of preparation not go unappreciated. And to all the families who do all the work while we're here, thank you so much for making this possible.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, the honourable member just took all the words right out of my mouth. Anyway, I know I speak for all of us MLAs when I offer a thank you to all the folks who help make this place run smooth. There are rough spots, but they make it run a whole lot smoother. It does take a lot of very, very good people to keep this place going. And I want to thank the Sergeant at Arms, the clerks, the pages. They all do a fantastic job on Ledge TV to keep us all operating the way we should. There are also many people who never get to be in this chamber, and of course the caucus staff who do so much work in preparing talks for us. in getting our statements in order, just being there to support us all through this legislature. And of course, constituency assistants, also very, very important to us. They keep things going when we're in here. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we, the MLAs, are an integral part of this chamber, no question, but we're only a very small part of what makes this place function. So I ask each of us to join as I thank the other members of our legislature teams for all the assistance for this session. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you all have a very pleasant summer.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Folks at Hansard, the folks at Ledge Council, people who are behind the scenes, very important, and also Rudy's Catering, who kept a lot of us fed during this House session. Madam Speaker, every 3 minutes, someone in Canada hears the words, "You have cancer." And for those people, their lives change. April is Daffodil Month. I see a lot of daffodils being worn here in the legislature today. My colleagues are wearing them. Daffodil Month is actually a Canadian tradition that's been underway for more than 65 years here in Canada, and has actually changed the face of cancer, the outlook on cancer. According to the Canadian Cancer Society, the survival rate in Canada for all cancers combined is now about 63%. In 1940, it was around 25%. I'd like to thank all those working to combat cancer, the healthcare workers, the researchers, the families, the patients, everyone, the fundraisers, and wish everyone Godspeed who is dealing with cancer.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, we learned yesterday that Halifax Citadel Sable Island is bidding farewell to a beloved feathered resident. Merlin the macaw hatched in captivity 22 years ago and has spent his days at the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic since 2006, delighting Nova Scotians and tourists alike as the site's unofficial mascot. Not unlike many of us, Merlin's spirits dwindled during the COVID-19 pandemic, and he started to feel a little depressed and lonely. Merlin is taking his mental health into his own talons and joining a large family of macaws at Safari Niagara in Fort Erie, Ontario. I got a chance to drop by the museum yesterday to bid my goodbyes and drop off a card for him. By all accounts, the envelope was delicious. Merlin's big journey is coming up on April 15th, and Nova Scotians can visit him until then. I wish him all the best and ask everyone in the House to do the same.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased today in the gallery. I have a local constituent, Ruth Brown. She's a lifelong learner and current student of the GED program at the Shelburne County Learning Network, and she's a shining example of her favorite quote: "Don't let anything or anyone stop you from becoming the best version of yourself you can be." And I think we could learn a lot from her. So, thank you for coming.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize some dedicated healthcare workers in Guysborough in the recent retirement. Last month, Sheila McClellan McPherson, who grew up in Lincolnville, and Gail Dorrington of Sunnyvale retired after 36 years of service as CCAs at the Milford Haven Home for Special Care. Also last summer, Ruby Mansfield of Sunnyvale retired as a CCA from Milford Haven after 35 years. Madam Speaker, we know CCAs often become like family to some of the residents in our long-term care homes. Sheila, Gail, and Ruby have represented their African Nova Scotian communities with their exceptional care they provided to residents at Milford Haven. Their families, friends, and communities are proud of them for dedicating their careers to helping elders in our community. Madam Speaker, I ask members of the House to join me in congratulating Sheila, Gail, and Ruby on their retirement and thanking them for their years of service to the residents who call Milford Haven Home for Special Care home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting listening to all these thank yous that everybody thinks they're getting out today. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Now, I rise at my place, Madam Speaker, because my colleague from Timberley gave me this Cape Breton University Tartan Tie, and I do want to recognize that when we all go home, that graduations are going to be happening for universities and colleges across the province. I rise in my place to recognize Cape Breton University, and I want to congratulate all of the graduates that will be walking across the stage in the next few weeks. CBU plays a big part in our community. It's celebrating 50 years this year as a university, so there's a lot of events planned throughout the coming weeks. One of them for me, Student Union Reunion. A lot of the student leaders from many of the over the decades are going to be there. So I rise in my place first to recognize all the graduates who are going to graduate from Cape Breton University, but also the institution that provides so much to our island.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Last Thursday, Mayworks announced its program for the 16th annual Mayworks Festival of Working People in the Arts, to be held in Halifax from May Day until May 12th. Founded in 2009, Mayworks has grown from year to year to become Nova Scotia's largest social justice-themed cultural event, attracting over 1,000 diverse audience members with an interest in issues of social, economic, and environmental justice. This year's theme is Honoring a Legacy of Resistance, and the lineup includes on May 3rd, Portrait of the Artist as an Essential Worker, with printmakers Sarah Mosier and Hannah Janesco illustrating their experiences as essential workers in the pandemic. May 4th, 11th, and 12th, Labour folklorist Emma Lang's Working Class Heritage Tour, by choice or by force, emphasizing stories of migration and work in Nova Scotia. And May 8th, Resting Space, a workshop exploring exhaustion as a collective rather than a personal issue. Mayworks is brought forward by a host of sponsors, including its principal sponsors, the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, the Halifax, Dartmouth and District Labour Council, and CUPE Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Today in the gallery, I'm honored to introduce Kai Giselle, who worked as a Dalhousie intern in our caucus office over the past month. Kai, I would ask you to rise and accept this warm welcome from the legislature.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge one of the young, talented members of the PC team, Kai Cassell. Kai joined our office as a student intern in March and has been a wonderful addition to the team during the session. Kai is a first-year student at Dalhousie, where he is studying political science and is also vice president of the Young Conservatives Club he established along with his fellow caucus staffer, Evan Coakley. Madam Speaker, it is so encouraging to see a young person who has a passion for civic engagement and public service. This is Kai's first experience working in a political office, and we are so happy to have him on our team. It is important that we recognize when young people make the effort to get involved with our province and its government. I ask all members to join me in thanking Kai for his work and interest in public service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I just wanted to recognize a group of parents and volunteers, in particular Blair Frost, who's leading the charge on this. New school opened in September, West Bedford High School in my riding, and one of the challenges when you open a new school is starting up sports teams. And football in particular is lengthy and expensive to set up, and Blair has been leading the group trying to raise funds for the establishment of a football team at West Bedford High. They're doing very, very well. We've been sharing the message, and I hope certainly to be there in the fall when the team steps on the gridiron for the first time. So I just want to congratulate Blair and the rest of the team as they work forward to get a football team at West Bedford High School. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to also thank my team, my team back home, all the people of Cumberland North that have given me the honor of being here to represent them here in the legislature. I want to thank my legislative team, Alex Wilson, Ann Keddy, my constituency team, Gladys Kosh, and Dan Gould for all of their efforts. I also want to echo the comments here in the chamber and thanking everyone here that helps to keep this place running, specifically our clerks that do an amazing job advising us each and every day, as well as all the pages, Ledge TV, Ledge Council that have been amazing, assisting with the work, security, commissioners. The legislative library staff have been incredible, the support that they do, as they always have been, and they continue to do amazing work. And Ledge TV, if I haven't mentioned them, and all people that help to keep this place running. Just thank you to everyone. We all know in this place we cannot do it alone, and we're very grateful for the team that surrounds us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Canadian senior men's curling team. They are preparing to represent Canada at the World Senior Championship in Östersund, Sweden. The team is comprised of Paul Fleming, who's the skip, Peter Burgess, third, Marty Gavin, second, Chris Grancelli, lead, and Kevin Ouellette, alternate. They will be competing against the world's best from April 20th to the 27th. I would like all members of this House to join me in recognizing the Canadian senior men's curling team and wish them well as they represent Canada at the World Senior Championship in Sweden.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ron and Rhonda Beals, owners and operators of Mr. Smooth Food Truck and Catering. Mr. Smooth has been in business for 20 years, providing real fruit smoothies and delicious curated meals from their versatile food trucks to catering to a variety of events. Mr. Smooth can easily be spotted at festivals and outdoor events throughout Nova Scotia. As they say, we go where the people are. The once grill and smoothie truck has evolved into a brand of trucks, providing fresh-cut fry creations, high-quality smash burgers, and hand-battered wings that have created quite a reputation, along with their newest venture, Authentic Barbecue. Growth has brought opportunities to employ both family members and community members. And Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me in recognizing Ron and Rhonda Beals for their success and look forward to what the future holds for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the holy month of Ramadan draws near, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt greeting for Eid Mubarak in advance. Eid al-Fitr, which marks the end of the month of fasting, praying, and spiritual reflection, is a joyous occasion for Muslims all over the world. It is a time of celebration, gratitude, and unity. As we approach Eid, let us remember the important lessons of compassion, generosity, and solidarity that Ramadan has taught us. Let us reach out to our families, friends, and neighbors to spread love and kindness in our community. Madam Speaker, I hope I take this opportunity. It will bring happiness, peace, blessing for all of us and our loved one. Once again, Eid Mubarak in advance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the work of the Halifax Refugee Clinic, sharing the words and reflections from Amina Basarika, who completed an internship in my office and that of the MLA for Halifax Needham. I rise to recognize the Halifax Refugee Clinic for the tremendous work done in holding hands of newcomers, comforting them, and giving them hope for a brand new life to experience. Many people from different parts of the world walk into this clinic and life is never the same as before. No one comes from their country smiling, and many are seen shedding tears, but at the clinic you come out with a smile. Of course, it's not in one day, but a process. The workers at the clinic are equipped and talented, and they nurse every soul, irrespective of race, language, gender, or color. Everyone is welcome and given equal treatment. They work tirelessly to find shelter, food, clothing, good mental and physical health support, to mention a few. The clinic works hand in hand with people in the community of Nova Scotia, and this builds the spirit of togetherness and hospitality, driving social development. I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in recognizing the Halifax Refugee Clinic's work.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize that this Saturday, April 6th, is Tartan Day. With a deep history and roots in Gaelic and Scottish heritage, the Nova Scotia tartan symbolizes this important connection to our province. In 1953, the design was created by Bessie Murray, with the provincial government proudly adopting the Nova Scotia Tartan Act in 1963. The tartan's 5 colours symbolize our province's culture and our Scottish heritage. The blue signifies our beautiful Atlantic Ocean, the green symbolizes the lush highlands, the white represents granite rocks and crashing surf, the gold indicates the Royal Charter, and the red mirrors the lion on the Nova Scotia coat of arms. Tomorrow, the Antigonish Highland Society invites residents to join them at the Antigonish Legion to celebrate Tartan Day. And this July, we will be celebrating our 159th Antigonish Highland Games, which showcases the rich Gaelic history of our area. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all the volunteers for their work in putting together this exceptional event in our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize the Nova Scotia Community College Marconi campus. This year, they will recognize their last graduation in the current facility that they're occupying out on Grand Lake Road. And as former principal, I want to wish them all a very happy and joyous occasion as they celebrate the graduates of 2024, and they look forward to opening a brand new facility on the Sydney waterfront September 2024. I wish them all the best, and I can't wait to get in and see the new building. And to my former staff, congratulations, you did it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour my father, Andre Norbert LeBlanc, as he prepares to celebrate his 90th birthday. Born in Northern Ontario, he moved to Calgary as a young man, where he met my mom. They married and had 5 kids across the country before settling in Prospect Bay, Nova Scotia, almost 50 years ago. Andy spent his working years in the grocery business and later in the insurance business. He is an active and devoted member of St. Joseph's Church in Chad Bay, and he's a loyal friend and neighbor. Above all, he is a loving partner, father, and grandfather. He has been a fierce supporter and defender of Michelle, Doug, David, Gail, and me. And nothing is more important to him than his family. He's the best dad a kid could ask for, and I love him very much. And I ask everyone to join me in wishing Andy LeBlanc a very happy 90th birthday.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Illuminate Nova Scotia, an event dedicated to celebrating special needs individuals from across the province in a positive and comfortable environment. This event is organized by Joanne Ozon with the help of over 100 volunteers. This April, the 3rd year Illuminate will be held in Shelburne, where guests are treated to a special prom-style evening that begins with the ladies having their hair and makeup done, followed by an RCMP escort, along with red carpet, a spectacular dinner, and a dance ending the evening with every participant being crowned king or queen. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking the participants and volunteers involved in this great project. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Beachville Lakeside Timberley communities, I want to join the Lakeside Fire Department and in their formal recognition of Billy Power's 60th year volunteer service to the local fire department. Billy joined at the age of 16 and responded to his first fire call even at that tender age. He would rise to serve as fire chief as elected among his cadre of volunteer firefighters. What is rather astounding is Billy continues to serve the fire department and is the only one of his generation who is left standing in this service. I would ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to thank Billy for 60 years of service as a volunteer firefighter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, in addition to the words of gratitude that have already been registered towards the close of this session, I want to express the special gratefulness of our caucus and of the House as a whole to the staff at Hansard. Madam Speaker, words matter, and in public discourse, they matter in a particular and a heightened way. And the thoughtful and accurate recording and reproduction of such words is a key part of that importance. The staff of Nova Scotia Hansard are the custodians of many of our province's public words, and I want to mark today, with every respect and appreciation, all of our gratitude for their work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the community dedication of Richard Landry of St. Peter's. Richard has been recognized as the Volunteer of the Month in Richmond County, and I was honored to present him with a Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal last year. Richard has been one of the driving forces of the St. Peter's Lions Hall and has spent many hours contributing to the success of their weekly bingos. Richard has been actively involved with the St. Peter's Knights of Columbus and the St. Peter's Catholic Church. He also advocates for seniors in the area and assists them when he can. Richard is best known in our county as the man that does the taxes, as he volunteers every year to complete income taxes for seniors and residents on a low income. Thank you, Richard, from the residents of Richmond County who have benefited from your selfless dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Fairview Food Pantry on their resounding success of their recent fundraiser held at Freeman's in Fairview. With over 70 community members in attendance who enjoyed a delicious meal of Acadian fish and chips and listened to the musical stylings of A Touch of Grey, it was a fantastic evening of community spirit and support. Our heartfelt thank you goes out to all the generous community organizations for their donations to the silent auction, which played a crucial role in making the night such a success. The funds raised will go a long way in supporting our food pantry and ensuring that our neighbors in need have access to essential resources. Thank you to Dave Alders, Yvonne Noel, and the legendary Allison Covert for organizing the event, and to everyone involved for your incredible generosity and dedication to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On March 2nd, 1974, Arnie and Deanna Wood were married. This year, they celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary with their family. Over those years, they raised a son, a daughter, and have 4 grandchildren. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members to join me in wishing Arnie and Deanna a happy 50th wedding anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the long-standing service of a constituent of Clayton Park West. I was pleased to attend the Ministers of Justice Police Long-Standing Service award ceremony in November, which celebrated the service of members of the RCMP, HRP, and Cape Breton Regional Police Force, as well as Nova Scotia Towns Police Services. Detective Susan Lynch, one of my constituents, was recognized for her 15-year of service as Detective Constable with the Halifax Regional Police. We are privileged and honored to have her as part of our community. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in thanking Detective Susan Lynch and all other members of our police services for their unwavering commitment and service. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Lisa Drader Murphy is an award-winning Canadian fashion designer. She has boutiques on Halifax waterfront and in Bedford's Sunnyside Mall. But Falmouth is where the magic happens. For over 2 decades, Lisa has done her design and production work at her LDM studio at the Carriage House on Willowview Estates. Willowvale Estates and the land it sits on has a long history dating back to the 1600s. Lisa and her husband Carrie welcome visitors from around the globe as their estate is once again open to the public. It is a relaxing getaway, a place for folks to stay adjacent to many landmarks throughout the beautiful Annapolis Valley. Lisa was recently named one of the 25 most powerful women by Atlantic Business Magazine, which is not surprising as she is no stranger to the limelight. What sets Lisa truly apart is that despite how busy her career is, her volunteer and charitable efforts never fall short. Madam Speaker, please join me in celebrating Lisa and all her successes both inside and outside the studio. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize someone who is no stranger to many of us in this particular House, Simon d'Entremont, a former deputy minister across successive governments. He's not here today, but I want to recognize his new career. I think it's actually his third career. He's now a nature photographer. He leads tours in Africa, and he's going to be doing one, I think, in Norway or in the Nordic countries next year. And he takes the most fantastic photos of wildlife as well as night skies. But the wildlife, his latest trip to Kenya has amazing shots of lions and giraffes and zebras and all kinds of things. And I just want to say, sometimes in life there are second acts and sometimes there are third acts. And I want to congratulate Simon on carving out a wonderful new career.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate and recognize a good friend, Deanne Fitzpatrick of Amherst, who recently became a member of the Order of Canada. She is being honored for her contributions to the advancement and recognition of rug hooking as an art form. Deanne was born and raised in Placenta Bay, Newfoundland, and came to Amherst over 30 years ago. She is very well known in artistic circles for her beautiful hooked rugs, and her work is in permanent exhibits in the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia and the Canadian Museum of Civilization in Ottawa, among other galleries. In her downtown Amherst studio, she creates, designs, sells kits, and writes books, teaches rug hooking, and runs online creative retreats. Deanne truly believes being creative changes people, and so she encourages everyone to pursue their artistic side. Despite all of this, she was truly surprised to receive a call from the Office of the Governor General telling her she was being admitted to the Order of Canada. Please join me in congratulating Deanne Fitzpatrick on this honor and thank her for being so inspiring to many others to embark on this journey of rug hooking and authentic creation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a very kind and selfless constituent, Bonnie States. Bonnie was raised in a family of 10 children and knows the value of family and community. She moved to Toronto, where she lived for 12 years before returning home to Digby after her mom became ill. Shortly after her mom's passing, Bonnie was awarded custody of her sister's 6 children. As a single mother, Bonnie opened her heart and her home to her nieces and nephews while raising her son, Kyle. During this time, Bonnie went back to school to upgrade her education at the Digby Adult School, where she graduated with honors, won 7 academic awards, and was valedictorian of her class. Bonnie is now retired after working at the Digby General Hospital for 16 years. Now that she is retired and her children have all grown up, Bonnie spends her time helping the community as a member of the Digby Hospital Auxiliary, the Jordantown Acaciaville Conway Betterment Society, the Acaciaville United Baptist Church, and the Digby African Heritage Gala Dinner and Dance, and the Digby Education Committee. She also loves to cook, paint, do puzzles, listen to music, and photography. One more fun fact about Bonnie is that she never leaves home without wearing one of her famous fedora hats. I'd like to ask all members of this legislature to join me in recognizing Bonnie States. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize a former member of the Hammonds Plains, Lucasville community, present member of the Bedford South community. His name's Dave McGilvery. Dave has, through his participation with the Order of Malta, gone twice now to the Ukraine on humanitarian aid missions. And I can only imagine the things that he's seen and how difficult it could have been to do that work. And I know that he doesn't want thanks, and that's not why he's doing it, and it's not why folks are doing it, but he did want me to stand on my feet and remind people that there's still a terrible situation going on there. So we all have busy lives, and there are many things that require our attention and a focus, certainly here domestically in our own hometowns, but there's still a war in Ukraine, and we need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak of the generosity and of many musicians and volunteers who have been part of the Musical Gifts Christmas concerts put on in support of the Berwick and Kingston area food banks since 2006. The first of these concerts took place at the Berwick Legion in 2006 in response to a call for help for the Berwick and area food bank. In 2009, the Musical Gift Initiative was expanded to Kingston, where an annual Christmas concert has been held every year at the Lions Club to support the Upper Room Food Bank. Many residents look forward to these concerts every year, and they have become part of the Christmas traditions for so many families. I am honored, Madam Speaker, to have shared the stage with so many amazing artists who have donated their time and talent to help those in need in our communities. These artists and many other volunteers have helped raise about almost $75,000 through the musical gift concerts for our local area food banks. I also want to take this moment to thank everyone who works year-round in the Berwick and Upper Room food banks. For one day at a Christmas concert, the musicians are the stars, but the food bank staff truly are the stars we need to celebrate. Their love of their fellow citizens is amazing. I ask all members of this House to recognize the efforts of those who volunteer in all of our local food banks, day in and day out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Festa dei Cacciatori 2024, or in English, is called the Hunters Fest 2024. This event, hosted by the Italian Cultural Association of Nova Scotia, it was held on January 27 to a sold-out hungry crowd. This event has been held each year for the past 40 years. Thanks to Renato and Danilo Casperetto and a few other hunters from the Italian community who donate the game meat. The menu featured lasagna with goose meat, deer stew with mushrooms, and polenta and roasted rabbit with vegetables. I'm hoping more people will be showing up next year, but you have to buy your tickets very early. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in celebrating Hunters Fest 2024 and thanking the organizers of this beautiful community event. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank a good friend of mine, Marcy-Ann Mason of Total Soul Foot Care, for graciously donating her time and knowledge to our community members through her free foot care clinic. This clinic has been held in Eastern Passage Lions Club on the third Sunday of each month for a number of years. Marcy-Ann, along with fellow volunteers from the Lions Club, have been running this much-needed service for the past 7 years. Our aging population, diabetics, and many additional clients from the community hope to continue attending for many years to come. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Marcy-Ann Mason and the wonderful group of volunteers for offering such a crucial service for our community. Volunteers like Marcy-Ann are a valued and true gem of our community of Eastern Passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize a very important business in our community that reached a 100-year milestone of operation, Earl's Greenhouse in Upper North Sydney. It's been a staple where people can stop by and grab their flowers for their summer. They do a wonderful job. And Earl made a decision many years ago. He was a pilot through the Air Cadet system, and he made a decision, either the Air Force or to buy this business. And it was started in 1923, and obviously Earl McPherson chose to join the business and make a wonderful service for the people of Northside Westmount. And I just want to wish them the best, congratulate them on 100 years, and wish them another successful 100 years in that business. And I'd like all the members of the legislature to congratulate them and thank you for their perseverance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Neve Webster of Tir na Nog Dance Academy in Kentville as the winner of the Mentor of Excellence Award at the 2023 Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce Women of Excellence Awards. This Award recognizes women in the Annapolis Valley who pursue excellence in their respective fields and community, improving the lives of others through leadership, volunteerism, entrepreneurial spirit, and mentorship. Neve Webster is the owner and director of Tír na Nog Irish Dance Academy. She has been cultivating a community of dance through teaching and mentoring young girls and women since the academy began in 2000. Neve encourages her dancers to become strong, independent, self-confident dancers. Please join me today to congratulate Neve Webster as Mentor of Excellence Award winner, as recognized by the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. In the West Gallery, we have with us Katie Jean. She is a journalist that writes for the Nova Scotian, Saltwire. Before that, many would know she was a blogger during some of the COVID briefings, kept it light and funny during the briefings with myself and previous Premier and the current Premier, and she had some funny nicknames for us all. And so I'd like Katie Jean to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mark Bettens on his role as Director of Fire Emergency Services in CBRM. Mark has more than 35 years of experience in emergency services and public service leadership. He started his career as a paramedic while he was still in high school and has served numerous roles since then, including 10 years as a volunteer firefighter in Glace Bay before moving to the CBRM Fire Emergency Services. Mark moved up the ranks in his service, serving most recently as platoon chief. Mark has taken training courses from across North America and has also trained many of the new generation of first responders in Level 1 and fire education. Mark also spent several years working in the Office of the Mayor in CBRM, where his expertise in emergency management was incredibly helpful. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Mark Bettens on his new position as Director of Fire and Emergency Services. We know that he will be tremendous help to the people at CBRM. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the Tatamagoust Boat Shop. The boat shop is run by volunteers, including Keith Driver, who strives to support the local community and promote traditional building skills. The boat shop uses many hand tools with a few power tools at the ready. The shop transports people to an old world made by hand, opportunity to build their own watercraft, the woodworking experience enjoyed by members of the community of all ages. The boat shop is open to residents with all levels of skills. You can learn how to build a boat, assist with an ongoing project, or simply observe the process. Madam Speaker, Keith Driver and a small group of volunteers have worked diligently to ensure the traditional industry, along with the associated skills and knowledge, is preserved. And I thank them very much for their dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the honourable member for King South on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to draw the attention to the West Gallery, where a good friend of mine is joining us from Ottawa, but he has settled in recently to his summer home in St. Francis Harbour in Guysborough County. Ed McKenna worked in the north with me. He was my first client when I designed the Acumiat Centre in Pengerton. I later went on to design his house with his wife Cindy. Anyway, I'd like Ed to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Baddeck Lions Curling Club. As many will recall, Cape Breton and the Baddeck area was hit with the kind of snowstorm that many haven't seen for a long time. Despite the weather event, approximately 100 people attended the Baddeck Lions Club Kidston Curling Classic. The Lions Club runs a free shuttle boat which provides daily transport for visitors and locals alike across the 300-metre bay over to Kidston Island. The island has been known for its lighthouse at the northeast tip and its sandy crescent beach, complete with a lifeguard from July 1st to Labor Day. All funds raised go to the Kidston Island activities. This is just one of several fundraisers the Lions Club will be holding throughout the year. Please join me in recognizing the tremendous work of the Baddeck Lions Club and wishing them every success in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to stand and recognize some support that I have back home while we're sitting here in the legislature. As everyone else, all the other MLAs, there's big support staff back home. Shout out to Karen and Wanda in my constituency office. They're there every day to work for the constituents and better everybody's lives, not just in Cumberland South, but all over the province, but especially back home. My wife Tracy and my three kids, Bailey, Cooper, and Briar. I never had a chance to bring Briar here yet. The other boys have been here, but my daughter hasn't been here. She adores me. Every night I get a hug and a kiss on the phone. I hope that never ends. And as we can all appreciate, we have that family that's within us. But one of the things that I do get to experience, the kids know everybody's names. They watch what's going on Ledge TV, and they know people across the floor. Cooper, my middle boy, appreciated the previous campaign when the previous premier made electric bikes a thing. He said, well, he's got my vote. Well, no, he doesn't. But I guess my point very quickly, Madam Speaker, is our kids are paying attention. They're a big part of our support, whether it's this side of the House, that side of the House. We've been on both. Thank you very much to the support staff. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, very quickly today, I'd just like to recognize a Middle Sackville resident, Savannah Newton, who is currently serving as team hockey operation manager with the IIHF Women's World Championship, which is running currently. And I want to wish her and all the girls on the 2024 Women's World Canada hockey team all the best as they play this week. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. In the West Gallery, we are joined today by some of our staff in the Liberal Caucus office, but one new individual in particular, Chris Abraham, who has just come on to join us as the Director of Stakeholder Relations and Strategic Initiatives. We poached him, I guess, from MP Lena Diab's office and have brought him back to the provincial Liberals. He was my former executive assistant when I was in cabinet and is a remarkable force, and I ask him to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Order. The time for oral questions put by members to ministers will now begin. It's 10 o'clock. We'll finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we see a very disturbing trend with this government flip-flopping on decisions. Just in the last 2 months, there's been at least 7 flip-flops that this government has done on the Nova Scotia Coastal Protection Act. Not moving forward job-protected leave, changing the FMA around firefighters, putting a cork in the bottling program, most recently on the amalgamation of Antigonish. Madam Speaker, how is it that the Premier's decisions are so terrible that he doesn't even have the conviction to stand behind them?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess it says a lot about the member that that's his view on it. What we actually do is we actually put Nova Scotians first. We listen to Nova Scotians. We're not so arrogant as to think we're always right or that we're perfect. We listen to Nova Scotians and we make decisions based on what we hear from them. Madam Speaker, imagine if we had governments in this province over the last 10, 12 years that had the courage to listen to Nova Scotians and support Nova Scotians. We always put Nova Scotians first. They can put Liberals first. We'll put Nova Scotians first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, listening is what you do before a decision's made. Courage is having the conviction to stand behind it because you know that you made the right choice. Reacting and scrambling is what this government does because it neither listens nor does it have courage when it makes decisions. And it's a result that this government does not have purpose. They stand for nothing except attacking the opposition. And we see that demonstrated every single day in this House, primarily with responses from the Premier. Does the Premier think if he was a little less fixated on the opposition and a little more fixated on the important decisions that he has to make and doing his homework, that he could actually stand behind them once the decision's made?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And listening is something you do before. It's something you do during. It's something you do after. It's something you should never stop doing. And my commitment to Nova Scotians my commitment to Nova Scotians is I will never stop listening to them. I will never put my own pride and arrogance in the way of what is best for them. Madam Speaker, imagine what our film industry would look like in this province today if that government, if that member would have listened to them when they were talking. We'd be a lot better off, Madam Speaker. We'll pick up the pieces. We will always put Nova Scotians first, and we will continue to move this province forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, leadership is about keeping your word. Leadership is about making decisions. The Premier can try and make a virtue out of making mistake after mistake, bad decision after bad decision, and not having the conviction to stand behind them. But I'd say that's not strength, that is weakness, Madam Speaker. And the fact is that this Premier has given his word to people in Nova Scotia, promised a better paycheck guarantee, promised to report on job-protected leave in this province in this session. He promised the councils of Antigonish that he would stand behind them. Madam Speaker, he also passed a law that said he would have a fixed election date. Now that we know the Premier isn't anchored to his word, will he tell us today, is he going to stick to the first law he passed in this House and keep a fixed election date in Nova Scotia?
Order. 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 Please. Please, order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
And there it is, Madam Speaker. He wants to know if he has time to get ready for the election, Madam Speaker. I assure you there's not enough time for that party to get ready for an election, Madam Speaker. But really what we're talking about is we're talking about a party that puts the Liberals first. We saw it when they governed. There's a law of the land for the Liberals. There's a law of the land for the rest of us. Madam Speaker, when the Liberal Party knew that a bunch of taxpayer money, over $100,000 of taxpayer money had been misappropriated, you want to know the first thing they did, Madam Speaker? How do we protect ourselves? Quick, call a lawyer, let's protect the Liberals. That was the first thing. In fact, Bruce McKinnon kind of summarized it very well, and I'll table that for the benefit of the House, Madam Speaker. We put Nova Scotians first. They can put the Liberals first. We're here for Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Just a friendly reminder to not use anything that you're showing in the chamber. Certainly you can table and make sure it's tabled for the rest of the members, but not to hold it up for viewing. Okay, I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Executive Panel on Housing has just been extended, and for thousands of Nova Scotians struggling to find an affordable place to live, it's unclear who the housing created by this panel is actually helping. In the Southdale Mount Hope development, people were already supposed to be living in affordable units, partially subsidized with a no-strings-attached, forgivable loan by this government to the developer. But not only are these not available for occupancy, but we recently found out the plan had been scrapped. The developer doesn't think that it's financially viable. The government isn't planning to produce the thousands of units we need, and the few that have been announced are disappearing. Where does the Premier think that affordable housing is going to come from?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a serious issue. The housing crisis that we're experiencing in Nova Scotia is a national issue. We see that. We're focused on more housing faster. That's been our focus, and I know that the federal government is kind of catching on to that more faster thing as well. But Madam Speaker, we will invest in housing. The answer to the question is we need housing across the spectrum. We need student housing. That's why we're investing in housing at Nova Scotia Community College campuses for the first time in a generation, probably ever, Madam Speaker. That's why we're investing in affordable housing. That's why we did the first investments in 20, 30 years in affordable housing. We need housing across the spectrum. The answer to the housing crisis is more housing, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The construction of new units in this province across the spectrum is not meeting the need, not even close. This government's own numbers show that Nova Scotia will need over 70,000 new homes by 2027. The 40,000 units in the government's plan include things like rent supplements and long-term care beds. These are not affordable homes. The Construction Association of Nova Scotia has said that to meet our targets, the province would have to build an unprecedented 16,000 units a year, well above the average. The units that are getting built are out of reach for Nova Scotian families and young professionals, and impossibly out of reach for those in core housing need. We are not on a path to building our way out of this crisis. So can the Premier tell us how we're going to meet those targets?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely it's a challenge. There's no question. We're not the only ones experiencing this challenge, but we are leading the way in meeting the challenge and addressing the challenge. Housing starts are up. We know there's work to be done, but it's also there's challenges in the supply chain, challenges in labor. That's why we come in with programs like the MOST program, the More Opportunity for Skilled Trades. To encourage young people to get into the skilled trades, to encourage young skilled tradespeople to come here and help us build this province. There are many moving parts to the solution, and we're focused on all of them. All we need is a few other Nova Scotians to get on board and put some positive messages behind the MOST program, behind what's possible. It would be nice to see the negative NDP turn the page and get a little positive at some point.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Here's a positive message. Get people housed. Under this government, the price of housing has skyrocketed. Rental costs have soared, and mortgage rates have more than doubled. It's a national problem, but it's a provincial problem, and it's under this Premier's watch. Vacancy is at an all-time low. Our formerly relatively low housing costs were a key driver in the massive increase in interprovincial migration we've seen in the past few years. The one the Premier likes to brag is because of him. But in the most recent year, that number hasn't just slowed, it's flat. In no small part because people can't afford to start a life here. We need young tradespeople. We need healthcare workers, teachers. But this government's policies and lack of action on affordable housing is driving them away. When will the Premier get housing built that everyday families can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I could build houses, I'd do that too, for sure. But we support those that do. Through the MOST program, through working with Nova Scotians, we know there's a lot of housing to be built in this province. That's why we've taken some very aggressive steps on working with municipalities around bylaws. That's why we've taken some aggressive steps on trying to work with developers and not-for-profits and those who build. This province is growing, and it's not because of me, but it's growing because it's a wonderful province to live in. There is a lot good happening in this province. You might not hear about it in this chamber, Madam Speaker, but I assure you, this is a wonderful province. We have our challenges, but as a government, we accept them. And there are positive things, and someday I wait for the time that the NDP will recognize some of the positive in this province.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I listen day in, day out to the Premier speak to the Leader of the NDP very differently than he speaks to other members of this chamber. Yes. He calls her negative all the time, and I have no problem saying the Leader of the NDP is not negative. She's constructive, and her questions are a lot more thoughtful than the answers that come from the Premier. I want to ask the Premier, will he do the right thing, the classy thing, apologize to the Leader of the NDP?
Order.
And actually treat her...
Order. questions in the chamber need to be directed about subjects that ministers in this chamber represent. And you're bringing up a debate on how you feel someone is acting in this chamber. We can all do that, can't we? We can all do that. We can all we all have our opinions that we'd like to share, but question period's not for that. Question period is to ask government questions to the ministers responsible. I will give you an opportunity to rise in your place and begin again. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, I will say the Premier owes the leader of the NDP an apology, and I think should treat her with the respect and professionalism that she's earned in this chamber. I will also ask the Premier, the tone of his ministers, the tone of this House is actually set from the top. We see every single day a response to very real questions about healthcare, homelessness, poverty, being responded to with petty attacks on the opposition. My question to the Premier, does he not understand that most of the negativity and pettiness in this House actually comes from the top and comes from his approach to answering questions and dealing with debate in this House?
Again, questions have to be with regards to government business to ministers, not with regards to your opinions on how members are acting in this chamber. Again, I would ask that you stand in your place and put a question towards government that has to do with government business. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this Premier attacks the opposition about following the law. This is a Premier that, according to the Auditor General, has put himself above the law of the land, not engaging in proper protocols for tendering for hundreds of millions of dollars. I think he illegally married somebody. It's been confirmed by the Minister of Justice. So my question to the Premier is, while he attacks the opposition in governing, not following the rules of the land, particularly with procurement and spending of hundreds of millions of dollars, does he himself think that he's above the law of this province?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an incredibly positive province. There's a lot good happening in this province. You might not know it in this chamber. The NDP is particularly negative. The Liberal.
Order. Have I ever told you to take your place because you called someone negative? No. It doesn't matter. I'm making... Oh my, everyone. Really. There's been, look, this is getting out of hand. We all know that we've stood in our places in this chamber, every single one of us, and have made attacks on each other. Absolutely. I watch it day in and day out. The behavior is unbelievable. It really is. And I have done my very best in this chamber to set the tone. And there's a lot of disrespect, let me tell you. So I'm going to move forward right now, and I'm going to ask each and every one of you to be respectful. And as I sit here, I see people talking under their breath and saying things. So I will move ahead. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's no question that there's a certain approach for the opposition that the opposition takes. They both have their approaches. They're similar in nature. But what I would say, Madam Speaker, is there's a lot positive happening in this government. And if we would think... And it's happening because of the positivity of Nova Scotians. And if the members wanted to focus on some of those things that happened, they might have called the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care for estimates and asked questions. But they didn't do that, Madam Speaker. They called the Premier to try and dig and fish on craziness. But if they wanted to focus on policy, we can talk about that all day, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly agree with you. And I think we recognize that the tone comes from the top. And there's one person at the top of the chain in this legislature. My question to the Premier is around following the laws of the land, the laws of the province around procurement, which the AG has said very clearly that he hasn't followed. We've got laws of this House of Assembly to deal with issues like harassment and assault. The Premier was part of a caucus that didn't follow those rules either. The Premier also voted on a resolution,
Order. You cannot ask questions with regards to the internal workings of the House. So are you arguing with what the Speaker is ruling? Okay, I ask you to stand in your place, ask the question, please, so we can move on. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We also have a Premier and a government that didn't move forward with a resolution that they passed themselves in this House to expand job-protected leave in Nova Scotians who have the most severe illnesses in this province. So my question to the Premier is, why does he, the kind of person that says, do as I say, not as I do, and not even follow the laws of this province while he's governing?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Well, isn't this interesting, Madam Speaker? But you know what the member's not asking me about? The 60,000 new primary care appointments every single month. Month after month, there are 60,000 new primary care appointments available to Nova Scotians so they can access the care they need. You know what the member's not asking me about? The healthcare professionals that we're hiring under the Patient Access to Care Act that we passed in this House. You know what the member is not talking about, Madam Speaker, is all of the wonderful things that are happening in this province. So we will, on this side, we'll focus on Nova Scotians. They can focus on politics. We'll focus on people, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
And what we have been asking about is this government potentially breaching its own Personal Health Act and moving forward with a mandate to doctors to give over personal health information to the minister or a designate. Has the Premier read that law, and does he think that that change to the FMA and to the Personal Health Act is in consistency with the law of the land, with the Personal Health Act?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What Nova Scotians are saying to us is they want access to their personal records. They want their healthcare records. We have a pilot going. The initial feedback on that pilot, extremely positive. Nova Scotians are happy to access their records. That's what we want, Madam Speaker. Under the former health minister, the member wants Nova Scotians to forget the past, but they can't forget the past. Under that member, a Nova Scotian would have to pay almost $250, $300 to get their records. We want them to have it in their hands. We will move forward with solutions for fixing the healthcare crisis. We know there's work to be done, but we know that it can be done, and we will get it done.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, people certainly want access to their health records. What they don't want is politicians to have access to it, or potential hackers to have access to it. That's what Nova Scotians want. That's what doctors are telling us. They said it to the Law Amendments Committee. They're telling it to us every single day. That's why we have a Personal Health Act in Nova Scotia, to protect people's personal identifiable health information. We brought amendments in that would have at least taken the identity markers out of the data that the government has, and they voted that down. Madam Speaker, I believe that act is against the laws of the land, and once again, we see a Premier that thinks himself above the laws of this province. And my question is, why?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I've said numerous occasions in this chamber, the requirements of the health minister that me and any subsequent health minister has to meet under the Act are not changing. What's happening is two things. Aggregate data is being collected from a portion of the healthcare system that we currently cannot see. Physician services in this province are $1.2 billion per year, and there is no clear line of sight in terms of the aggregate data that supports our primary health care and some of the work that happens in the offices. The other thing we hear repeatedly is people want access to their health care records, and through this change, we will be able to offer that to Nova Scotians. It will empower them to have agency over their health care decisions.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 8 months after the July floods, many people in Bedford are still waiting to find out what they will receive from the Disaster Financial Assistance Program. People in Bedford have received a variety of answers about their claims. For example, one constituent was told the Union Street claims were at the top of the pile. I was told the government is still dealing with previous hurricane claims, and still another person was told it will be months and months yet for most people, that they're just dealing with the first part of the claim and sending out small amounts of money to tide people over. It's been more than 8 months, Madam Speaker. Bedford residents, and I'm sure residents of other areas affected, would like to move on. Can the Minister for Disaster Assistance please reassure them they won't be still waiting at the one-year mark?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I do want to give a shout out to our team in EMO who are working on this. It's been an unprecedented 15, 16 months. I think there's been over 3,000 claims of DFA of various sorts. They're working hard on them. In terms of Union Street, I believe there have been 25 claims. 21 of them have been paid out. 4 are in process. They're more complicated. I just want people to know that there's a process for a DFA claim, which includes the requirement to have an insurance adjuster on site. The documentation has to be very, very good for the federal government, where this is a program that is administered by the federal government, for us to put a claim in. So as the member may recall from her time in government.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's more than just Union Street. I met with several residents yesterday of River Lane, and they're very concerned about the impact of siltation on water heights. They believe some mitigations, removing silt, adding barriers, one-way valves could help reduce the impact of excessive rain on this part of Bedford. Every time it rains, Madam Speaker, everyone gets worried because they can see how things are changing due to climate change. Will the Minister of Environment come to Bedford to meet with these residents and me to discuss possible mitigations? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the extreme weather events Nova Scotia is experiencing is impacting all parts of Nova Scotia, from Cape Breton to southwest Nova Scotia, to Yarmouth, and most certainly I want residents of Nova Scotia to know that the climate risk assessment that we put out in December of 2022 outlines the challenges that we're going to be experiencing. And Madam Speaker, that's why we've set up the Nova Scotia Guard, so that Nova Scotians, as they experience these challenging events, will have an opportunity to help their neighbours in a formal way through the provincial government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Recent correspondence obtained by media showed that the Insurance Board of Canada had reviewed and had endorsed the draft regulations associated with the Coastal Protection Act. They said that the regulations aligned with what the industry had been advocating for. Given rising costs associated with extreme weather events, and I'm not being negative, I believe that members of the government have also referred to extreme weather events, and the fact that such events are forecasted to increase, we need these regulations in place, and I'll table that. Will the minister finally explain what or who convinced his government not to put Nova Scotians first and to disregard the growing list of experts and advocates who supported this act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, this government, this Premier will always put Nova Scotians first. It's always at the top of our mind in terms of how we advance policies. Madam Speaker, on a multitude of issues, there's a diversity of opinion that exists. We have established a coastal protection action plan that is balanced, that will support informed decision-making for coastal property owners. We are working with our municipalities right now to develop an example bylaw. We will be there for our municipalities to provide the necessary supports. Madam Speaker, we'll work with all organizations, the Insurance Bureau of Canada, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. We know how important coastal protection is, and coastal protection is a big part of our overall climate change strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians have been trying to wrap our heads around this decision to abandon the Coastal Protection Act for over a month. Now, a spokesperson for the department has confirmed that they did not release a report because there was never one completed. The department only recently asked for a report to be written after the decision was made to abandon the act. Not only was the decision not based on the majority of feedback received, but there wasn't even a report to support this. Can the minister please give us the exact date on which this report, that should have been completed months ago, will be released?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
So when the honourable member says report, I believe she's meaning the consultation that we engaged in the fall of last year. And once that summary is completed by the group ATN, we'll post that summary to the Environment and Climate Change website. And Madam Speaker, I also want to say we haven't abandoned anything. We're moving forward in a very strong and positive way to ensure Nova Scotians have the necessary information to protect their property if they live along the coastline. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and I are working closely with our municipal units to ensure they have the supports, to ensure they have what is required for the zoning, to ensure we have strong coastal protection in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. There is a development being proposed around Halifax Exhibition Park. It went from 1,800 units in 2021 and is now being proposed north of 5,000 units. I'll table that. That's about the amount of people that we'll have in that area if it's approved, the size of Truro on the Prospect Road, which is already overburdened. I think we all agreed on that. I want to ask for a commitment from the minister if he will not interfere and overrule normal municipal planning process by making this a special management area. Will the minister respect municipal jurisdiction in this matter and let council decide?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, we recognize there's a housing crisis in the province. I think all members in this Assembly do, and we welcome new developments. Very pleased about the potential of that one. Recently, another 3,000 in Truro, Bible Hill. I mean, this is exactly what we need to meet our goals in our action plan. In terms of the process, we have. We've always stated that we've respected the municipal planning, the center plan and the municipal planning strategy in terms of making things move quicker. If we need to step in through the executive panel, that may or may not happen. I can't predict that, but we certainly welcome any new housing. As we know, the solution to the housing crisis is more housing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this isn't just about needing more housing. We shouldn't be just putting houses anywhere. I'm for proper planning and process and studies, and I'd like to ask the minister if he has met or any of his staff have met with the proponents in advance of this going through the regular municipal process, if they've met with Bonk to discuss potentially designating this a special area to override municipal jurisdiction.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I can say I have not met with the proponents on this issue. And in terms of what we've always said about our special planning areas is that they will meet. We're not trying to get through the normal permitting process. All has to take place. So we're not trying to bypass any of the normal permitting. That is part of the process, and we are committed as a government to doing what we need to get more housing faster. And I will say that we just seen in recently the federal government taking a lead from Nova Scotia on some of the things that we are doing. We're starting to see the federal government echo that for the whole nation, like freezing permitting fees, making land available that the government's owned for housing and other things. So we see the federal government taking a nod from Nova Scotia,
Thank
actually.
you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to ask the question to the Minister of Education about the school in Halifax-Armdale, John W. McLean and Flaming Tower Elementary. I have written to the Minister a previous and I have asked her question at the estimate, but families in my community are concerned about the status of this school, which is over 130 years old and is overcrowded. Model classrooms are not cutting, and solution is desperately needed. The HRM is being promised 4 new schools. My question is the Minister of Education, is John W. McLean getting the new school? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the member and I have spoken about the needs of the community around J.W. McLeod and Fleming Tower schools on a number of occasions, most recently I think during estimates, but on prior occasions before that as well. Madam Speaker, we know very well how much work there is to support our schools to ensure that they have the facilities and the conditions that they need to be in to support students. So, Madam Speaker, we've taken action, unprecedented action, with a $1 billion capital plan to make those improvements for students in Halifax, students across the province. Madam Speaker, that includes new builds, 4 new schools in Halifax, and I'm excited to announce the locations of those in the near future, as well as across the province, Madam Speaker, and other improvements to meet the needs of our students.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
I thank the Minister for the answer, but 4 schools being promised in HRM. Where are they and where they will be? My community is concerning the age of these schools, and we have a community that are rising. I will ask the Minister if today at this House will commit it to give the community for answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So our government understands that we need to be strategic about the purchase of land. Ideally, land in HRM would have been acquired years ago for schools that we need now. It wasn't, Madam Speaker. But we're taking action to address that. We have a dedicated envelope of capital funds to support Public Works to acquire schools in HRM. And when we're able to announce that, we're excited to do that. But we also know that other actions need to be taken to support our students and support our schools. That includes investing like never before in capital repairs, so that we can maintain the state of these schools. That includes investing on a regular basis in modulars, and we're doing that. Madam Speaker, a $1 billion capital investment in our 5-year capital plan. We're building schools and supporting schools to have the conditions they need to meet our students' needs, and we're excited to be moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, my question today is for the Minister of Healthcare. September 2023, Dow Dentistry reported that there are more than 130 adult patients with special needs that sit on the wait list at the IWK. They've already aged out, but because of the limitations around our system, this group of people have to wait as much as more than 2 years to access basic dental care. These are folks that require sedation or general anesthesiology. I'm wondering if the minister can comment on how this year's budget addresses the wait list for this group of high needs patients.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So there's a couple of things that have happened over the past year. We have changed the tariff agreement with dentists, and one of the things that we've enabled them to do is to do sedation in their offices. So previously that was not the case for all physicians. So this has enabled them to do more straightforward care in their offices, which is very, very helpful, and the dentists had asked for that themselves specifically. The other thing we've done is change some of the tariff fee around the scaling procedures that are required, so that there's more opportunity for dentists to do that. What that will do is help alleviate, and of course the work that's happening through public-private partnership with Scotia Surgery is also enabling us to do more straightforward day surgery procedures that don't require anesthetic in hospital at IWK or NSH.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Those are welcome additions to the solution for the problem. I wonder if the minister can comment on whether or not, or how, what type of impact that those solutions are having. Is that 130 people wait list decreasing? Are wait times decreasing? You know, Dalhousie, Dal Dentistry, in partnership with the NS Dental Association, has put forward a proposal to take on 1,000 patients, and I did not hear that as a response, commitment to help out. So I'm wondering if the actions that the government is taking is actually addressing the wait list in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So certainly correcting the long-standing issue that is in the province around the tariff fee agreement with dentists has been helpful. We know that for a long period of time they've wanted to do procedures in their offices but have been unable to do that. So that certainly is a very important step, not only in addressing low acuity needs, but making sure that low acuity needs don't progress to higher acuity needs. So we are working with the Dental Association to understand the needs across the province. We're looking at opportunities with Scotia Surgery, IWK and NSH for the more complicated cases, so that it is a priority. Oral care is incredibly important, and there is an oral health strategy that is underway, and any proposals that are in front of the department are being considered in conjunction with that strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this government is proposing greater collection and sharing of our health data. Matthew Herder, director of the Health Law Institute at Dalhousie University, has warned that virtual care platforms, quote, see value in collecting our data and using it in a variety of ways that have little to do with patient care, end quote. And I'll table that. Some companies are collecting personal health information for commercial reasons and to share analytics with third-party actors. Can the minister please tell Nova Scotians why this government is rushing to collect their personal health data when patient privacy concerns remain so high?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So in relation to the current change in fee, as well as the pilot that's underway, a full privacy impact assessment has been done on all of the systems and how they handle data, and the information being collected and provided as part of the current pilot is also being done according to the highest Canadian privacy protections, and all the necessary safeguards are in place, and that's not going to change. So we continue to look at data. We know it's important. Data sources come from so many places now. Within the contracts that we have with folks, we make sure that things are collected in a way that aligns with FIA and other regulatory statutes.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, many Nova Scotians are worried about how changes to health data will impact doctor-patient relationships. As Carrie Smith, a sexual assault survivor from Digby, explained, quote, the loss of trust could make it very difficult for doctors and nurses to treat future patients. And I'll table that. Those with experiences of trauma, Carrie warned, may hesitate to seek out the life-saving care they need if doctor-patient confidentiality is stretched to include the minister and other unknown people acting on the minister's behalf. Will this government take Carrie's warning seriously and work with vulnerable Nova Scotians to protect their right to privacy and health care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Ms. Smith for coming to Law Amendments. I think it was important that she came and certainly give us the opportunity to speak about the importance of privacy. So in regards to sensitive matters, certainly there are a number of people that present to other parts of the healthcare system, and I would think specifically about when we present to the emergency room. There are very sensitive conditions that bring people to the emergency. Some are around trauma, sexual trauma as well. So similarly to how the data is collected there, the aggregate data comes back to Department of Health to help system management. I don't have access to the individual emergency room records that happen there. This is a similar process. We'll use the same standards of privacy, and we'll continue to protect people's privacy in the healthcare system.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the African Nova Scotian community, through the work of the African Nova Scotian DPAD Coalition, Decade for People of African Descent, has been working tirelessly on initiatives and goals to build better relationships between community and government, and to create conditions for all African Nova Scotian communities to thrive. This has been made possible by funding provided by government over the last decade. However, I've heard from community that DPAD has not received funding this year. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs: why have they not received funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. They have not received funding to date because there has been no application with respect to funding. We have reached out and there have been conversations, but there has not been an application forwarded to African Nova Scotian Affairs to review for funding. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The work of DPAD, the Decade for People of African Descent Coalition, is crucial to engagement with community. They work with many people and organizations on key issues such as justice, community services, and health initiatives. Much of this work is done primarily because of the funding that they receive from government. My question to the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs: will DPAD get crucial funding so that they can continue the important work of engaging African Nova Scotian communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Why, of course, if they submit an application. I mean, there is a process. We recognize and know that they've extended DPAD, the Year of People of African Descent. I believe it's to 2028. Again, there has been no application with regards to funding. When an application is submitted, we will review it. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
I didn't look at the list. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yesterday, in listening to the Minister of Economic Development's comments around ending the subsidy for the rail, she indicated to the media and to the host that she met with a number of representatives locally in the community to talk about the rail subsidy. And what we learned today is that the CBRM government had no idea, which was reported in the Cape Breton Post, which I will now table. So my question to the Minister of Economic Development: who did she talk to in the local community in making the decision to end the subsidy for the rail?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for
for the question. There were a number of business people from in the industrial area, certainly a lot of consultation with the government members who represent their home areas with the same passion and ferocity as the member opposite. And critically, among those meetings were with the proponents of Novaport. But I'd like to reiterate, we are a government that believes in Cape Breton and is making historic investments in Cape Breton, and just this morning, in fact, have made an announcement regarding light rail.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
It's amazing that that came out today. I saw that. That's actually part of my second question, which is noble cause. But this could have happened 3 years ago. The population of CBU has exploded over the last 3 years, and all of a sudden there's an announcement of a feasibility study for light rail after the government historically removed the subsidy from the rail line of Cape Breton. So I took it upon myself to make some calls when this came out, and nobody has any idea what this is. Local government representatives don't know what it is, Madam Speaker. And if this is something that the government is talking about, at least you'd want to talk to the local folks on the ground about it. So my question to the minister, with this announcement of a feasibility study, has she engaged in the local community to see if this is a viable option?
Just a reminder, order, just a reminder, as indicated earlier, not to show any pictures or hold anything up. You can certainly table it, though. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. This announcement today reflects a lot of discussion and volumes of material that can be brought forward to show you about the discussion of this to date. Cape Breton is experiencing, like the province, historic growth that has not been seen for decades. And this is a very, very positive thing in all ways, but particularly for the economy of Cape Breton. It does bring with it pressures around housing and movements of people. So this announcement today of an exploration of a battery-powered light rail system speaks to our government's commitment to economic development in Cape Breton.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a culture of silencing in this province, particularly around sexual assault. My question is for the Minister of the Status of Women. I'd like the Minister to tell us here in the House why this government still refuses to pass legislation that is around the misuse of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual assault. Other members in this House have raised today the concerns around misogyny and the silencing and the treatment of women, particularly in this legislature. I've seen it firsthand, and I'd like the minister to be able to share with us today how the minister can support the continuation of silencing of victims, particularly women, in this province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and Speaker, through you to the member. As we said in the past, we certainly do not want to see NDAs used for improper purposes. We have done a jurisdictional scan. While I was out, I do know that the Minister of Health talked numerous times, as well as the Minister of Labour, and at this time we'll continue to monitor situations, but we're not changing that at this time. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what we just saw is another example. The status of women in this government was just silenced when I just posed a question.
Order! That is so unparliamentary. I ask that you retract that statement now, please.
I retract that statement, Madam Speaker.
Order. The time has ended for question period. Before we begin, I will recognize the member for Northside Westmount on an introduction.
Madam Speaker, in the gallery across, I would like to introduce a young man who has a keen interest in politics and the grandson of one of our illustrious staff members, Mr. Colton O'Neill. So please stand and accept the...
Welcome, Colton. Thanks for being here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader on our next point of business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call government bills for third reading?
We now will call government bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill 419, Financial Measures 2024 Act?
I now call Bill number 419, Government Measures Act, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill number 419 be now read a third time and do pass. Madam Speaker, this bill establishes one of our key budget commitments and modernizes other legislation that have budget, financial, or governance implications. Most notably, it includes something many a finance minister has dreamed about, but few have had the opportunity to see happen, certainly in this province. And what I'm referring to, Madam Speaker, is the indexation of personal income tax brackets. Madam Speaker, tax relief by way of income tax bracket indexing was the #1 ask made by Nova Scotians during budget consultations. This bill extends the life of business tax credits. And Mr. Speaker, I will acknowledge you have just assumed the chair. Investment decisions are being made, and we want companies to choose to invest in our province and in our people. So this bill extends the life of credits like the Innovation Equity Tax Credit, the Digital Animation Tax Credit, the Digital Media Tax Credit, and the Venture Capital Tax Credit. Amendments in this bill will allow provincially regulated credit lenders to implement changes to variable interest rates without a 30-day notice, allowing them to be more responsive when interest rates change. Federally regulated financial institutions like the Big Six Canadian banks have this ability. Financial institutions regulated in Nova Scotia will now have it with the passing of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, amendments are being made to the Chartered Professional Accountants Act to align with national standards. And Nova Scotians will be able to rely on dedicated professionals to help them manage important financial matters. And these amendments will ensure that Nova Scotians are getting qualified professional services under a regulated system that protects them. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I know I have other comments, but I'm anxious to hear what members of the opposition have to say about this bill.
Recognize the honourable member, Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here we are, debating a concern that we have repeatedly raised to this government about the security of personal health information. Concerns were raised at law amendments by the College of Physicians and Surgeons and by Doctors Nova Scotia about the broad language that is in this particular bill. And again, I go back to, let's look at this bill. There's 111 clauses plus some schedules at the back. Clause 110 deals with personal health information. Subsection 110.1 of Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010 the Personal Health Information Act as amended by Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2012 and Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022, further amended by adding immediately after cause and the following clause. NA, requiring custodians and classes of custodians to disclose personal health information to the minister or person acting on behalf of the minister for the purposes of planning and management of the health system, resource allocation, and creating or maintaining electronic health record programs and services. Sounds benign. But the College of Physicians and Surgeons and Doctors Nova Scotia have raised concerns, and we have not heard a sufficient answer yet as to why this government won't tighten up the language on this particular clause. We're going to leave it in regulations. We have suggested various alternatives. We have pointed out why people might be concerned about a government having access to their particular health records to no avail. Over and over, we have raised these particular issues. We have seen what happens in jurisdictions where a government decides to be anti-woman, anti-abortion, and I'm not suggesting for a moment, Mr. Chair, that this health minister would do that, but we are leaving the door open for future governments to do something like this. And we should not do this. It should be clear that it can only be aggregate data. The minister keeps saying she just, needs it for planning, and they'll lightly touch. Again, we don't know what lightly touch means. And she may simply mean that it's a quick through. But the wording is too broad. And you can't get away from that. You can't get away from that. There's nothing in here that says what happens if they're used for nefarious purposes. Nothing. It'll be in regulations, and that's always, and I get it, it's tough being in government because the opposition always says, well, there's no details here, and the devil is in the details. But this is about people's personal health information. And this government, having stepped back on so many other things, firefighters bill that was included and jammed in here, like so much else. Stepped back on coastal protection, stepped back on umpteen other things. But here, when people's private information is up for grabs and they won't back off on this most important thing, it kind of boggles the mind. I was hearing a story from someone who had been speaking with people who are involved in the high-tech industry, where a company thought they were interviewing, I think it was a CFO, their incoming new CFO. They thought that's who they were interviewing. They're talking about upcoming issues and things their company's concerned about. Come to find out, that's not who they're dealing with. It's somebody completely different. There are bad actors everywhere. And the government needs to ensure that Nova Scotians have the confidence that their personal information will not be leaked out somewhere. As it is, we're left with, oh, just trust us. And quite frankly, seeing some of the shenanigans that I have seen of late, how can we trust? It boggles the mind. It also creates a new professional legal duty for doctors. I mean, doctors have been in here talking to us. They recommended an amendment And the government won't do it. And we keep saying, why? Why? And we heard today where government's asserting, well, you know, people had to pay all this money to get their records. I got news for you. They still have to pay all this money to get their records. They haven't fixed it. I like to go after the leader of the opposition who was health minister for 6 months, I might add. They've had almost 3 years. They haven't fixed it. And to add insult to injury, they downloaded automatically that app to government staff. Anybody with a government phone and a government email address, bam, you got it. Talk about arrogance. Here you go, you have to take this. People weren't even given a choice, just so they could run around and crow about the number of downloads they had of this app. Yes, people want access to their information. I applaud that. I think we all applaud that. People do want their own health info. But they don't want everybody else to have it, or anybody else other than their physician, other than people who have every right to have it, who are treating them. Over the years, I have dealt with people whose records were accessed inappropriately. It is a shocking betrayal. People feel violated when that happens. We've already had the biggest breach in this province's history under this government. And I can tell you, most of the people who had the option of having a company monitor their accounts to make sure they weren't being used nefariously have found the process so onerous. Anybody who has married and changed their name, well, you had to go through more hoops. If you'd been adopted, forget it. You had a name change somewhere in your past. It was not an easy process, and maybe it shouldn't be. But that the government has chosen to back down on so many other things and is refusing to listen to Doctors Nova Scotia and the College of Physicians and Surgeons boggles my mind. They could have put safeguards in this bill. They didn't have to put all the regulations in the bill, but they could have put some in there. They could have ensured that Nova Scotians will know a future government will not be following them and trying to punish them if they have a procedure that the government of the day doesn't agree with. I can't be any clearer than this. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia says, for patients, it means that the entirety of their medical records will be accessible to government. And again, I will point out, the registrar is not just an MD, not that there's any just about being an MD. He's also a lawyer. And I know it's the job of lawyers to protect us from making mistakes and ensuring, you know, that when you're firing an employee that they're being treated fairly so you don't end up having to pay that employee more money, which might be why you might want to reach out to a lawyer. And their letter goes on to say, the college, however, supports the rights of patients to privacy and the duty of physicians to maintain confidentiality, which is a cornerstone of medicine. The obligation set out in Section 110 runs contrary to these rights and duties, or is, at the very least, in tension with them. And the government could have removed that tension by putting at least some of the regulations in this bill so that it was very clear that future governments, that they couldn't just wade in there to find out who's going for an abortion, or who's having their tubes tied, or who's getting a vasectomy. Who knows? Maybe they'll pay more attention if there's something that happens to men. I don't know. And we have pointed out over and over that different patients place more value on their privacy. Perhaps as we get older and suffer more ailments, we don't want anybody knowing about them. But I don't think it's just older citizens who are concerned about their privacy. I think there are young people who are concerned about their privacy. I think folks who are dealing with issues of gender and sexuality may not feel overly comfortable having this conversation with their doctor anymore, because they don't want that information in the hands of the health minister or their designate. Our job as legislators is not just to, we're not here to be cheerleaders for the government. We are not the government's cheerleaders. That is not our job. We are called His Majesty's opposition. And our job here is to point out when there are problems, when there are concerns. The Premier has a whole cheering section over there. And that's part of their job, and we see it, when they're on camera, they're supposed to clap and all of that, and that's how they want to do their job, that's fine. But that's not our job. Our job is to look out for Nova Scotians. And that's what we're doing, and I know it offends. I know it offends the Premier that we are pointing out flaws, but this, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, is a flawed bill, in part because they tried to jam it, a suitcase full of different things. It's a Frankenstein bill. It's been a bunch of different body parts stitched together. And it's our job. We would not be doing our job if we just said, oh, government says it's okay. The healthcare professionals over here, their associations are concerned. They've suggested an amendment, but government says it's okay. We'll just take their word. We would not be doing our jobs. And so I don't believe that it's appropriate for people to use a term like too negative, always in reference to one leader of one gender. And I don't believe that it is our job to just simply say, okay, the government says this, we'll just take their word on it. Our job is to go through this legislation and to be very clear on what our concerns are. And if we don't hear what makes not just us, but the healthcare professionals, if they're not satisfied, then we ought not to be satisfied. And if we were satisfied without hearing from them that they were satisfied, I'd be concerned about that. If we talk to people and we're hearing from the African Nova Scotian community, from the Indigenous community, that they have concerns about their personal health information, and if we just decided, hey, we're not going to listen to them, we're just going to look the other way, then we would not be doing our duty. And so we keep coming back to, why hasn't the government just simply tightened up the language, made it clearer? And we don't know why that is, because we have not heard a satisfactory answer. All they had to do was tighten up the language. And we'd be in a very different place. But that hasn't happened. There is every reason for us to be concerned about this. We have not received adequate assurances from this government, and quite frankly, those would take they would have to be in the form of putting something in this bill that ensures that people would feel safer. That hasn't happened. Multiple climb downs on multiple parts, but not this. You know, and at committee, when we were presented with the letter from the College of Physicians and Surgeons, what we heard, and I'm going to quote directly from Dr. Grant's letter. From my years in practice as a family physician, I can say with confidence that many of our most vulnerable patients are also among our most mistrusting of large institutions and government. This generalization might extend to members of many disadvantaged communities. The analogy could be drawn to our vaccination experience, where our most vulnerable and most disadvantaged were most disinclined to be vaccinated. I hope that there has been consultation with groups such as the Mental Health Association, groups representing our trans and LGBTQ, actually it says LGBTQT patients, let alone our Indigenous and African NS communities. And he goes on to say, let's face it, very few Nova Scotians, and I'm paraphrasing now, very few Nova Scotians are sitting at home watching this debate. Don't blame them. What's the old line? Politics is celebrity for ugly people or something like that, right? But the truth of the matter is, I think there are going to be some very surprised people, because let's face it, the government can pass this bill. They have the numbers. They're going to pass the bill. But we would not be doing our jobs, even if it offends people on the other side, we would not be doing our jobs if we did not point out these very real concerns about Section 110 of the Financial Measures Act. And he goes on to note, how are these various groups going to respond to the surprise of hearing that their medical records are now accessible to the government? I mean, never mind that some deeply suspicious people think that the Nova Scotia Guard is just an opportunity to scrape more data from Nova Scotians. Oh, sign up with your special skills. Give us your email. Do we know that that information is going to remain in the hands of government? We don't know that. Will it be given to the PC party to use come election time? We don't know that. There's always sign up for another thing. Give us your email for that. We're all concerned about that. How are our most disadvantaged groups going to respond to the concerns of their physicians and other healthcare workers who are going to have to tell them, I have to give this information to the government? I mean, are we going to now go into our doctor's offices and see, you know, along with the other signs about if you're leaving the province to go to school, you better sign up for more health care, blah, blah, blah. Are we going to see a note there that says, I'm obliged to give the government your records? And quite frank, you know, we heard from the health minister that people are now going to be able to get their records. Let's be clear, this is only their go-forward records. So you're still going to have to pay to get your old records from your doctor. So presenting that as a solution here is inaccurate. This will be go forward. They're not going to go digitize your old records. So that was not a full answer. Let's just put it charitably that way. Number one, you're still going to have to pay to get your records from before this coming in if you choose to participate in this particular program. So let's be clear on that. And the companies that manage this, they're making a killing. All these doctors coming and going. Was that a sole sourced contract? I don't know. But I'd like to. The government has not been transparent about this, how it will work. The government has not consulted with the groups that Dr. Grant talked about here. And there are other groups, victims of sexual assault, victims of assault, victims of anything. How will they feel about knowing that their records are going to be accessed? And the government does not appear to have done some of the basic work we would expect in a case like this. Dr. Grant says, we can also look to other jurisdictions to see how concerns about greater access to personal health information can be mitigated. Alberta, for example, requires a privacy impact assessment related to the provincial electronic health record system that's submitted to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. The entire electronic record system is overseen by a multidisciplinary data stewardship committee. Ontario utilizes an advisory committee to engage a review and also creates the ability for patients to limit ministerial access to information through the use of consent directives, a form of lockbox to protect designated information. Will such approaches be considered here? The text of Section 110 does not require any of these important things. We don't know if the Privacy Commissioner was consulted about this. If she was consulted, did she have any recommendations? Were those taken into account? We don't know. We applaud the government in wishing to provide access to go forward patient records. But there have to be safeguards around there. And we're not satisfied that there are safeguards. And Dr. Grant goes on to note, we note in instances where large amounts of confidential data are collected, used, and disclosed, it's common to have data sharing agreements in place to create safeguards around the information. What does that look like here? Section 110 is silent. People people's information is so important to them. It's so important that, I mean, people could come up to you at the mall, hold out their phone, and they've got your information. Just happened to a client of a professional that I visit. And she's just spending all her time canceling everything. Happened at a local mall. This government could have made sure that Clause 110 wasn't just a couple of lines long, that it had some meat on the bones, that it was there to protect Nova Scotians, because we've heard the Premier say he's always looking out for what Nova Scotians want. Nova Scotians do not want unauthorized people accessing their health information. This government could do something to tighten this clause up. They have chosen not to. And we raise these issues not because we're being negative, but because it's our job. And it wasn't that long ago that these folks were on this side of the house, and it was their job when they were here. And it's interesting because Gus Grant goes on to say in his letter that they too have a job. He notes that we would be remiss in our obligation to protect the public interest in the practice of medicine if we did not raise our concerns about the lack of transparency of this legislative change, the need for its breadth in advance of understanding the learnings of the pilot project, the lack of identified safeguards around how the collection, use, and disclosure will be governed and administered, and the potential for adverse impacts on the therapeutic relationship that is foundational to the provision of good health care. And what is also true of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, I want to remind opposition government members, is also true of us. This is our job here too. And we are not here being negative. We are here because we are His Majesty's loyal opposition. It is our duty to point this stuff out. And if people in the government side don't understand that, they should go take a constitutional law course and find out what our role is. But we're not here to be the government cheerleaders. We are here to ensure that we are speaking out for Nova Scotians who are having their concerns not met, their rights trampled on, or anything like that. That's our job, and that's why we're up talking about Clause 110 in this bill. There's legions of political staff. The government bureaucracy is at their beck and call. The fact that you have a couple of dozen people who stand up to you day after day to point out when there are flaws in a bill like Clause 110 in the FMA, the fact that we stand up and do this is because we are loyal Nova Scotians who want the best for our constituents and all other Nova Scotians, that we're looking out for people who have been historically overlooked or mistreated or told they're crazy or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, we are here doing our jobs, and the fact that we have a premier who chooses to characterize that as negative when we are doing exactly what we are supposed to do, frost my cupcakes, and I gotta tell you, it really burns my buns. I'm mixing metaphors here. The second last line of Dr. Grant's letter also underlines that this proposed legislative change will impact all regulated health professionals as well as all members of the public. This affects everybody in Nova Scotia. So you're darn tootin', we're going to stand up here and talk about it and tell you what's wrong with it. And Dr. Grant noted that while the other regulated health professionals were not there at law amendments, they asked him to note their support for the position he outlined on that day, as the same concerns apply to the registrants of other regulated health professions who act as custodians of personal health information. So I want to assure the members of the government, while we may not be here to clap every time the Premier speaks, we too love Nova Scotia. But it's our job to point out when the emperor has no clothes. And it's our job to point out when the government is heading down a path that is wrong, that is not good for Nova Scotians. And we're going to keep on doing it till the cows come home. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to the Financial Measures Act. With a bill of this magnitude that exists in theory to enact the spending in the budget, it's important that we understand the context which gives rise to it. We spend most of our time here talking about the government's agenda and how well or how poorly they are doing at making progress. Healthcare, housing, cost of living, protecting ourselves and our province from the changing climate. These are the things that Nova Scotians ask us about, that they care about, and that we in turn try to solve in this chamber. And we can talk about bills and numbers and percentages, but our work is really about Nova Scotians and ensuring that they can thrive, to live a fulfilling life, to provide for their families, and be optimistic about their futures. 2023 was a year where Nova Scotians shined, sometimes against all odds. It has been a challenging time. We had fires, we had floods, and we have seen the necessities of life become harder and harder to afford. And as always, when faced with a challenge, Nova Scotians have shown their true colors. From local bakeries and restaurants feeding first responders, to Legion stepping up, to volunteer fire departments, to countless community organizations and search and rescue, families and volunteers showing up, taking care of each other. In that way, 2023 showed us again who we are as Nova Scotians. We are a province of people who do what needs to be done. We don't swagger. We don't care about our mojo. We care about each other, quietly, steadily, loyally. We don't talk about it, we do it. And we need a government that does the same. We need a government that cares about us the way we care about each other, always and without reservation. This is what we look for in the budget and in the Financial Measures Act. These are our metrics. A school food program points to this, which is why we have fought for this for so long. As food costs rise and more children in Nova Scotia are food insecure, a school food program is imperative in our province and in our country as a whole. The reality is, despite the great work of organizations like Nourish Nova Scotia, many children in this province today don't have enough to eat. They don't eat lunch, and breakfast may be a granola bar. The minister and I had a disagreement about this earlier in the year, and the minister assured us repeatedly that every student in this province had access to healthy and nutritious food in school. They didn't, and they don't, but hopefully, with the help of federal funding, they soon will. Diabetes care also points to this, and in a province and country with socialized medicine, that's right, healthcare is free and accessible to all and socialized. This is a necessary step. But there is so much more to what should be a straightforward bill. There are entire bills in this bill. There was a provision enabling career firefighters to volunteer, something which the Halifax firefighters were clear that they were not consulted and which wisely the government amended before the bill came for debate in committee. But now we have the Nova Scotia Guard. Is this an end around? It's too early to tell, but we know that search and rescue organizations, volunteer fire, and other professional organizations whose job it is to respond in emergencies were not consulted, and that yet again government is acting without proper advice or consultation from those who know best. This isn't in the FMA. It isn't in the budget, and so is it even going to happen? I guess we'll have to wait and see. What is here is an extension of the executive panel on housing for another 2 years, when the existing process has gone anything but smoothly. This panel makes closed-door decisions and circumvents municipal jurisdiction. In Southdale Mount Hope, in my district, after serious concerns about the treatment of the wetland on part of the site, we recently learned through FOIPOP that 300 affordable, they were never going to be affordable, they were attainable, housing units planned and partially financed by a $22 million forgivable loan to the developer have been quietly scrapped with no consequence. Not only was this not announced, but when I asked department staff about it, they denied it. And this confirms what we have said all along, which is that this government is going to have to get much more serious about financing attainable and affordable housing in order for it to get built. Not only will it not trickle down, it will, for the most part, not get built at all by the private sector, even with incentives, unless there are good partnerships and clear contracting, and we have not seen that. Even setting aside affordable housing, which it goes without saying, we are woefully underfunding in this bill, notwithstanding the someday investment in 200 units of public housing, which represents a fraction of the need, the task force is not leveraging their powers to achieve important public goods. They are not requiring units to be built to the latest building codes. They are not requiring heating and cooling systems to meet our climate commitments. Shockingly, they are not even requiring egress for entire communities being built adjacent to neighborhoods ravaged by fires, where residents feared they would not be able to escape in time with only one way out. These special planning areas are yet another giveaway, giving away land, giving away expedited development permits, and giving away our wild spaces. And what do we get? Some housing. Yes, at the very high end of the market. But, Mr. Speaker, we need homes for families, for tradespeople, for healthcare workers, for educational assistants and restaurant workers and tourism operators, for the people who make our economy run. But we are not building housing for them. Certainly not in the areas approved by this task force. We are expediting housing for the people who can afford to buy it and build it themselves already. That housing will get built, with or without government intervention, because the market will see to it. But what about everyone else? That question is not answered in this act. And that brings me to the poison pill of this legislation, buried at Clause 110, not heralded in any press release or triumphant announcement, an unprecedented intrusion in the privacy of all Nova Scotians. When this bill passes, conversations between Nova Scotians and their primary care providers will, no matter what the minister says, no longer be confidential. And I would like for the record to read Section 110 of this Act, because it is very important that we understand not what the intention is, not what the idea is, not what the program is, but what the legislation says. And the legislation says the following. Subsection 110 sub 1 of chapter blah, 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 blah is amended by adding the immediate clause, requiring custodians and classes of custodians to disclose personal health information to the minister or a person acting on behalf of the minister. To disclose personal health information to the minister or a person acting on behalf of the minister for the purposes of planning and management of the health system, resource allocation, and creating or maintaining electronic health record programs and services. The provision is quite clear. The minister or her designate may have access to all medical records of patients, all records. Let that sink in. A conversation about fertility, about substance use, about gender reassignment, about anything visible directly to the minister. Why? Healthcare planning. We have the information we need. It comes through MSI billing. We've been told that in previous sessions by the minister herself. This is how they triage the list. This is how they understand how to allocate primary care resources. They have the information they need. What else? For resource allocation, well, that's terrifying. Why would the assigned personal information of Nova Scotians be needed for resource allocation? Well, you could say, like, who's busier, who's not, but you could also say, what are our priorities in terms of healthcare? Well, we know that it's probably not women's health right now. We haven't seen an increase in access to the endometriosis clinic, which we've talked a lot about. We haven't seen free birth control in this bill, which we've talked a lot about. There are lots of ways in which women and gender diverse folks continue to be disadvantaged in healthcare. So that's not a priority. But what is a priority? And my colleague, the member for Bedford, has talked about what's happening in the US, and I think was accused of fear-mongering. That is real. We have jurisdictions around the world who are making healthcare decisions based on ideological opposition to what kind of healthcare people should receive. And this provision opens the door to that possibility. Do I think that's going to happen this year, next year? No, I don't. I don't think that's the government's intention, but it's possible. And they have been told that over and over again, and they refuse to amend this legislation. And so the question is, what problem is the minister trying to solve? We have asked that question, and we have not gotten an answer. The minister has been clear that she doesn't want to see our personal information, but she's also said that she might just need to peek at it or lightly touch it in order to manage the system. Which is it? Because those who know, physicians and regulators, have been clear. The department has access to the disaggregated information it needs. It's not accurate to say that this is needed for health management. Another explanation has been that Nova Scotians can have access to their own data. That's what this is for. It's for the app. And it says that here, maintaining electronic health record programs and services. The legislation doesn't mention an app. So if that's what the minister has decided that this is for, then she should amend the legislation so it says that. But before she does, we should be really, really, really nervous, all of us, if that is what this is for. Should we have access to our own medical records? Absolutely. Should we have to pay to access them from third-party storage providers, which as we lose more and more family doctors, Nova Scotians are needing to do? No, we shouldn't. But this government says they are doing that through the app, and I can't make the point strongly enough that this is a massive overreach and one of many. It's a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Because if it's for us, then that probably means that although the government hasn't said so, it's for the app. She's not talking about us all getting a copy of our electronic medical record to us, and that's not what the legislation says. So the huge privacy breach hidden in this bill is to give us access to the information, but is it? Because who built this app? Who has access? Well, I'll tell you. It was built by a company called Think Research, chosen directly through an alternative procurement process, which the AG has formally frowned upon, who has signed a $50 million contract with the government of Nova Scotia, in part to build this app. FOIPOPs show that it's likely that that alternative procurement was settled upon because Jenny Byrne and Associates, you might recognize that name, Jenny Byrne, Chief Advisor to the hopeful next leader of the country, hopefully not, I would say, on this side of the aisle, Pierre Poilievre, who also represents Loblaws and other companies who have a direct interest in monetizing people's medical data. So Jenny Byrne's company shows up in the Premier's office and says, hey, have I got a deal for you? Sign this alt procurement with Think Research, pay them $50 million, they're gonna build you a crackerjack app, you're good to go. So this raises red flags. And we have continued to raise them as the Premier has quadrupled down on his alternative procurements and bad decisions. Why no procurement? Why this company? Why this app? Those questions remain. But the minister's new power, back to the minister's new power, this makes us deeply concerned, but not as concerned as when we learned that Think Research has gone out of business. Think Research has gone out of business and been acquired by its lender, a business called BD Capital. So, Nova Scotians, when you release your information to the minister, maybe it's going to a hedge fund. Maybe it's going to BD Capital. Maybe they're figuring out how to monetize it. We have no idea. We have no idea because this government has not been transparent in the procurement, has not been transparent in questions about this matter, and is not being transparent about what this provision is going to be used for. Alarm bells should be ringing. Will BD Capital have access to our health information? Are they a designate of the Premier, of the Minister? Well, we don't know, but we should be concerned about it, and we have not gotten the answers that we need. The Minister continues to say that they are following the highest privacy safeguards, but we know, well, we don't really know, but because she won't answer the question, we think that the Office of Information and Privacy was not consulted on this. So what we hear is that the minister and presumably her staff believe that they are complying with privacy, but this government has a bad track record on that. And we have no third-party verification of that. In fact, the only external advice and feedback we've been given, including from the most prominent privacy lawyer in our province, is that this is extremely dangerous, that this provision should at the very least be amended, if not removed from the legislation. There are some things in this chamber that never penetrate public conversation. They're too technical, they're too boring, they're too complicated. We make a big deal about it in here, and it never gets out there. And this is not one of them. This provision is an overreach, just in the language, right on the face of it. And in dozens of conversations over the phone, via email, and around kitchen tables over the long weekend, people have asked me about it repeatedly. We have done our best to amend it, raising the voices over and over again of health regulators, doctors, assault survivors, and others who are concerned, and the government has refused to listen. Maybe because there is not a specific seat that they fear losing when it passes. But make no mistake, this provision is a poison pill. It does nothing to fix healthcare and everything to shake our confidence further in its management. As Dr. Gus Grant eloquently said at Law Amendments, and I have tabled this, there are already people who don't trust the system for very good reasons, and this confirms their fears. Last, I want to speak for a moment about the suggestion of a Child and Youth Commission, which appears as a schedule to the back of this bill. Again, in the context of the year that was and where we find ourselves at this moment, I'd like to talk about the Child and Youth Commission that is created, except for that it isn't. This was an election platform promise, one of many, but also one of the most important. Why are we here, if not for the next generation and for the generations to come? With the rising cost of living, with the challenges in healthcare and housing, comes children and families who suffer. And an independent Child and Youth Commission is critical to ensuring that we are living up to the responsibilities to the next generation, especially to young Nova Scotians who are excluded from or marginalized by the systems that this government oversees. We are so glad to see the mention of this in the FMA, but in a cruel twist for an act literally titled the Financial Measures Act, it comes with no budget, no staff, no timeline, just a promise. And almost 3 years into this government mandate, a promise is not enough. My colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, attempted to amend this bill with, I think I can say, the support of the entire opposition, adding what was needed to make this bill real. But it isn't real. We hope it will be, and we will fight until it is. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude where I began, by taking a moment to recognize and honor the strength, resilience, innovation, and excellence of Nova Scotians this year and every year. In this budget, in this bill, we were looking for something that honored that supported it, and that reflected the care that Nova Scotians have for each other. Sadly, we did not find it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to stand and speak on Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act. We've got grave concerns about this piece of legislation. We've articulated that before in Committee of the Whole and second reading in this chamber. First and foremost, while there are things in this budget that we do support, things, in fact, we've advocated for consistently and successfully, evidently, by the fact that they've shown themselves in the budget, this budget does not go far enough to deal with the affordability pressures that are affecting Nova Scotians. The Premier has trumpeted his indexing of income assistance as the largest tax cut in a generation, when we know it's saving people $59 to $259 a year beginning in 2025, I believe. There's been commentary how the Nova Scotia government trumpets the largest tax cut in provincial history without actually cutting taxes. We know that seniors on fixed incomes, working families, young people who are coming up through our system are facing a very stark reality around our economy, around finances, around affordability. And this budget does not change the water on the beans in that. We have not had fundamental change. We've had trinkets delivered in this budget that will provide some help. The school lunch program, again, another thing that we've advocated for time and time again. We've tabled bills in the House. The glucose monitor program will certainly help those dealing with diabetes. Again, an idea that did not spring from the government's own policy process, but that came from the opposition benches, which we do support. And indexing income tax to inflation, which is something that we have fought for consistently on this House, and which the government announced after the passing of their own budget. So while these things will help, we had a cut to the housing department when we are dealing with the biggest housing crisis that we've ever had in our province. There's been no talk about the impact that immigration has on housing availability, costs, and supply, let alone inflation. And yet, the government thumps its chest continually about how much money they're spending and how they're changing things when whichever metric you look at, from affordability, poverty, food insecurity, power rates going up by 14% for the first time in nearly a decade, this budget clearly does not go far enough to deal with any of these things in a substantial way. And I think that will become more and more evident. I'm particularly worried that there is no thought to the next generation of Nova Scotians that are coming up. A generation of Nova Scotians who do not own property, do not own houses, and are facing a situation where they may not be able to enter into those markets and own assets. We are at a very serious fork in the road here in Nova Scotia where we could have a major generational divide when it comes to wealth, comfort, affordability, where those that have purchased and owned these assets previously and those that haven't are going to be going in opposite directions when it comes to financial stability, wealth generation, and ability to survive in this province. And there's no thought for the morrow in this budget on that situation at all. But what I will say is that there certainly is some major concerns on this side of the House regarding this government's effort to force doctors by law to hand over personal health information to the minister or a designate. And we just had more information presented to the House about the company that is responsible for accumulating this data on behalf of the government that has ties to the federal Conservative Party. One element of it has gone bankrupt. There may be a hedge fund involved. There could be companies like Loblaws attached to this data. All of these groups benefit from having information around people's personal health, whether it's aggregate or whether it's personally identifiable. This is not something the government has considered. There creates a major risk, first and foremost, to the doctor-patient relationship, as doctors have expressed vehemently to members in this chamber through law amendments, through personal outreach, through letters. Patients go to doctors, they confide in doctors because they trust that their information is not going to be seen by a politician, a business, or a political staffer or bureaucrat. Nothing protects patients in this situation. We have brought forward amendments to try and change this to at least take the personal identifiers out of the data that's collected. So the name, the residential address, the contact information of people. The government voted that down. We tried to bring in an amendment that would allow people to opt out of this if they were uncomfortable with the government and private business having access to their health information. The government voted that down. Furthermore, I believe this move actually goes against the word of the law and the spirit of the law in the Personal Health Information Act. And the minister stated that consent was protected in the Act. The Act is very clear that consent may be limited or revoked at any time, and that if a custodian is required by law to hand that personal information over to somebody else, then the privacy protections in this Act are actually null and void. There is no protection here. Our first concern is obviously on the doctor-patient relationship. Our second concern is on who within government or the private sector is going to have access to people's personal health information. Our third is related to bad actors. We just went through the biggest cybersecurity attack in Nova Scotia history under this government, 100,000 plus social insurance numbers, addresses, were collected by bad actors, hackers. It's become very evident in questioning the House that the minister responsible for cybersecurity wasn't even consulted on this. His department wasn't consulted. It's clear that the Privacy Commissioner wasn't consulted on this. This is a very problematic thing to do. That again, I think contravenes the Personal Health Act as well. I think it contravenes the law that's been established to actually protect people from this. And I'm particularly concerned because what we've seen from this government actually is an effort to collect people's personal health information. The Nova Scotia Loyal Program, the great plan that was promised in the Tory platform that has since been taken off the internet, that has not been moved forward on in any substantial way. None of the ideas in this budget come from the Conservative platform that was promised in the election. Not one, do I believe. They come from what the opposition has committed. But what was promised in that election was a Nova Scotia Loyal Program, a points-based system that would encourage and reward Nova Scotians for buying locally produced goods and items. I mean, the irony is what the government did with the wine sector. Actually brought in a taxpayer subsidy to
Not loyal.
encourage the importation of grape juice produced elsewhere. But beyond that, what is the Nova Scotia Loyal Program? I've seen it out in the field. And people, some of them I believe are Conservative staffers that worked on campaigns, are driving deckled trucks around the province, carrying ministers in parades, and wherever they're set up, they are collecting cell numbers from people. Why is that happening? They're collecting emails from people. I saw the Premier just launched a new newsletter, which is also collecting people's personal information. So there's a very clear effort here, I think, to stack the Conservative Party with personal contact information for the use in campaigns. I think that's what's going on here. So I don't trust the motivation of the government. I don't question the motivation of the minister herself, because I respect her and what I think her intentions are on this. But I don't trust the Premier's office. I don't trust the political staffers. I don't trust the private companies that have ties to federal Conservatives to not misuse this health information, people's personal identifiable health information. I do think something's afoot here, and I've got no problem saying it. And I do think this is one of many issues where, as we've debated the budget, as we've debated the pieces of legislation that are left, because the government has had to flip-flop and backtrack on nearly everything they've brought forward, except probably the most important thing, people's personal health information. I think this session we've seen the true character of the government come to light, particularly in debate around the budget and the FMA. We have seen a government that does not have the conviction to stand behind their ideas. 7 flip-flops in the last 2 months. And the Premier says this, tries to make this a virtue. It's not a virtue to make that many mistakes when you're governing. It's not a virtue to make bad decisions. It's not a virtue to react after the fact and scramble and turtle when political pressure arises. What's a virtue is doing all the important work before a decision is made, doing the due diligence before a decision is made, so that when you face the public, when you face the chamber, you've got conviction. You're doing something that you believe in, that you think is right for the greater good. But I don't think that's the motivation of this government. I think it's a highly partisan motivation that directs particularly the Premier's efforts. This is a government that we have seen in the debate on the FMA, in public communications, inside the chamber and without that is totally geared to around propaganda, that is geared around communication, and not always communication that is factual or accurate. This is not a government that is driven by policy. It's evidence in every single day in what's communicated in debate. It's evidence in what comes out of the Premier's office in press releases. It's indicated with what comes out on social media. Everything is built around propaganda and trying to deal with political fires or create political issues for opponents. There is nothing here that is driven by sound policy work, homework that's done in advance, or do I think a real incentive and motivation to just make the right decisions and stick with them. Because if that was the case, this government wouldn't flip-flop so much. They wouldn't turtle when the pressure's on. The conviction, the backbone would be there consistently. And I know now that the Premier wants to compare himself to former Premier Stephen McNeil after he was his chief critic. And that comparison is a very stark one. Premier McNeil made one adjustment over 8 years around seniors pharmacare, one that he owned and changed and lived with. Because the work that he did was in advance of making those decisions. The decision was what was important, not the communications around those decisions, not the propaganda. So I welcome the Premier to continually make that contrast between him and the past Premier. So on this bill, Mr. Chair, on the FMA, I do think we find elements of the character of this government in the fact that I believe they're moving with opposition ideas, not because they necessarily think they're the right things, but because they want to neutralize angles of attack from the opposition. But it doesn't matter to us because we only care about impact on the lives of people on this side of the chamber, and we're happy to see these things in the budget. But after all this flip-flopping, the one thing this government needs to do is change course on this personal health information. I'm genuinely and deeply concerned about this. I think this is an unsafe thing to do. It creates risks with patients and their doctors. It creates risks with our marginalized and minority groups who already mistrust our healthcare system, particularly those groups that have been systemically impacted negatively by our systems of government, which we have still not recovered from. But it does also create a major risk for bad actors within government, within the private sector that's going to be overseeing this data and managing it, and with bad actors in the cyber world. This is creating massive risks for Nova Scotians. Again, risks that have not been calculated by this government or even assessed. They haven't even thought about it because, again, this is a government that always acts before they think. And I think this is going to prove to be a very problematic situation, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to discharge the order for third reading of Bill 419 and recommit the bill to Committee of the Whole House on Bills for the purpose of proposing amendments to and reconsidering Clause 110.
There. Okay, yeah. Okay. Recognize the honourable. No. Okay. We have a dilatory motion on the floor for the bill to recommit. Would all those in favour of the motion? There's been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The committee will, or the House will resume. I'll recognize the clerks to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Jill Balser. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau.
Nay.
Becky Druin.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Pat Dunn. Keith Bain.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 21, nays 28.
The motion is defeated. I recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take just a few minutes to speak on the Financial Measures Act here at third reading, just to register a sense of how disappointing it is that with the budget that this bill is putting into place, the government has passed over the opportunity to bring our province into line with the rest of the country by establishing a seniors' income benefit for the GIS receiving seniors of our province. The core facts about this, I think, in a budget-related debate ought not to be evaded. Our province has the highest rate of poverty amongst those over the age of 65 of any province in Canada. And when we think about why this is, I can't see that we can come to any conclusion other than to say that it has a great deal to do with the fact that Nova Scotia is one of only 2 jurisdictions in the country which does not have a program that directly supplements the GIS checks of low-income seniors. Now, in response to this point, the government continually answers that, yes, but we have the Seniors Care Grant. But I want to submit that this is a false comparison. The Seniors Care Grant, on its merits, cannot reasonably be compared with any of the GIS supplementing parallel programs in the rest of the country that they have in BC or in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, or in Newfoundland and Labrador. And the reason why this is a spurious comparison is that all of these other programs, their benefits are benefits that are directly distributed to the person who is eligible to receive them in connection with the filing of their CRA return. This is totally different from the situation we have in Nova Scotia with the Seniors Care Grant. Because the Seniors Care Grant is not a benefit that you get based on your CRA return and what it says about the level of your income. It's rather something much smaller, that a grant that you actually have to make an application for, and which, in connection with that application, you have to hold receipts. Now, I think it is worth registering as we move towards a close on this Financial Measures Act debate, that on this particular dimension of income inadequacy and poverty in Nova Scotia, the landscape on this discussion has changed significantly since this House last met in session late in 2023. And one of the things that has changed that was the publication in late 23 of the Maitre Foundation report called A Fine Line, which is basically a study about the extent and the measurement of the extent of seniors' poverty in Canada and across the country. And fundamentally, what that study says is that conventional ways that the governments have had of measuring seniors' poverty over a number of years in the current situation are tending to significantly underestimate its impact. And in Nova Scotia, where we have such a significant percentage of our population who are seniors, and where that significant population has the highest percentage of poverty in the country, this is a very important point. This has to do with the consistent undermeasurement, underestimation of the poverty among seniors. It has to do with a host of figures, considerations. I won't go into all of them, but it has to do with the things like the prevalence of medical expenses and also the impact of falling personal investment returns and the impact that's having on older people's population, particularly in an age of longer life expectancies. So it is very significant, pointed out also in this same report, late 23, that just recently our country Canada has dropped out of the top 10 of OECD countries, those countries with the lowest rates of seniors poverty. We had been one of the countries with the lowest rates of seniors poverty for a long, long time. This is no longer true. So in this country, where it is no longer the case that we are in the best top 10 amongst OECD countries for seniors poverty, we in Nova Scotia are the worst on this front, seniors poverty, of any province in the Canadian jurisdiction. So that is the situation in which the Financial Measures Act and the budget it codifies have missed this opportunity to bring forward some kind of a program that would be parallel to the GIS supplementing programs that are received by seniors across the country elsewhere. So how ought we properly to describe this absence of any provision for a senior's income benefit in this year's budget? Well, the Premier, Madam Speaker, likes to characterize this government as one that doesn't, he often says, look the other way. But I think that's exactly how this absence needs to be described. This government in April 24 is precisely looking away from the realities of income inadequacy amongst the seniors of our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in my place for third reading of Bill number 419, the Financial Measures Act. And I want to speak on a few areas. I'll begin by talking about legislation in the Omnibus Bill, talk a bit about bracket creep, then in terms of the overall budget and fiscal management of the province by this government, And then on health care and the progress or lack of progress we're making there, and then finally on issues in terms of the long-term economic health of the province. And I've spoken on this before, but I do think it's important to reiterate to Nova Scotians is that this FMA is unlike most likely any FMA that we've seen in the history of this province. What we have here is the Financial Measures Act, which is the act that puts in place tax measures that reflect the direction of the government's budget. While there are a few tax measures in the Financial Measures Act, that now contains legislative changes to multiple departments and pieces of legislation, and I think my count was 15 pieces of legislation, and the creation of 2 new pieces, although I guess that's now 1 because 1 has been withdrawn. And it touches on the work of at least 8 ministers of this government. And the real question for Nova Scotians is, why is this happening? Why are these ministers not bringing forward their own pieces of legislation, standing before the House, before Nova Scotians, and debating their bills? We have only 2 pieces of legislation now in this legislature. One is the requirement of the FMA, and then there's 1 other. So clearly the government, there's only one conclusion, is this government does not want to be in this House, facing opposition questions, facing media questions, facing daily QP. Instead of bringing forward 17 pieces of legislation, which is about normal. We normally in this House would have 16 to 25 pieces of legislation. At least that's my experience in 11 years in this House. And here we've got 2. So the goal of the government is to get in and out of this House as quickly as possible and not face the questions that we in opposition have on behalf of Nova Scotians, and the media as well have. And that is truly, truly unfortunate, and is another step backwards with respect to parliamentary democracy in this province. I did look into this, and we know now that Doug Ford introduced a omnibus bill, and that's perhaps where this government got the idea. But clearly, it is a step backwards in terms of us doing the people's work in this House, and us in opposition being able to question government, and for government, if they're confident in what they're doing, to be able to defend the decisions that they're making. So it's interesting now on Parliament, in response to governments bringing in omnibus bills, they've now set in new rules that they can actually vote on 2nd and 3rd readings of pieces of an omnibus bill. And it's something this House may want to consider. I'm not quite confident that the government is interested in that, because they are steamrolling ahead with this FMA without any shame whatsoever. And how does that affect us as MLAs? We are here to voice the concerns, ask the questions on behalf of Nova Scotians, on behalf of our constituents. And we get 1 vote on the FMA. Actually, we got 2 because we hoisted the bill to try and voice our concerns that we have heard from Nova Scotians on the decisions being made in this government. But every one of us of MLAs have had our rights and privileges compromised here, because we only have 1 vote in 3rd reading on the FMA. So I am enthusiastically supportive of bracket creep, and I am enthusiastically not supportive of the violation of privacy with respect to the personal information clauses in this bill. how do I represent my constituents and voice on the floor of this House my approval of this and my disapproval of that? The use of an omnibus bill has removed that right and privilege of every MLA in this House from being able to execute their duty to consider what the government is bringing forward, to reflect on what our constituents feel about these issues, and to be able to support for or against an action by this government. So it's truly a very sad day in this House that we are dealing with an omnibus bill. I'm extremely disappointed in second reading. I had hoped that putting a bit of a challenge before the ministers to speak to the elements of this bill that they're responsible. To my knowledge, I don't think any minister has been on their feet to speak to this legislation. And again, that begs the question of what are ministers doing? We have virtually no pieces of legislation coming forward in the House. The only minister that we can point to that's doing any work is the Minister of Natural Resources. He introduced the Electricity Act. It's the only bill, the only idea from government that is actually in a piece of legislation. What are ministers doing? They've been given the honor and the privilege to be a minister of the Crown. They have at their command dozens, if not hundreds, of staff to bring forward ideas in legislation to the floor of this House. What are the ministers doing? They're on their phones. They don't have pieces of legislation. They've been told to sit in their seats and look at their phone. This is a government out of ideas. If you need ideas, have a look at the order paper. There are literally hundreds of ideas on the order paper presented by the opposition. Hundreds of ideas. And this government came to this House and couldn't steal one of them? What are the ministers doing? The FMA really has one clause in which to respond to as the finance critic, and that's clause 62. There's some other housekeeping ones that I don't feel I need to comment on with only an hour to speak to legislation. But let's talk about clause 62, which is the ending of bracket creep. And this bill I put forward earlier in the House before the FMA was put on the floor to end bracket creep. We've been advocating for that for a couple of years. And we're very happy to see that the government has brought that in the FMA. Where I take issue with the government is the government's portrayal, or the Premier's portrayal, that this is the biggest tax break in Nova Scotians' history. The biggest tax break in Nova Scotians' history. In the last 4 years, this government is receiving $1.2 billion more in Nova Scotia taxpayers' dollars. And the government has the audacity to suggest that $13.4 million is a significant tax break for Nova Scotians. And in fact, it's not a tax break, and I've spoken about this before. Bracket creep is a hidden tax increase. It is not a tax break. And I made an error in Committee of the Whole saying that Nova Scotians were, that this legislation had a removal of the tax, the hidden tax increase. It's actually not this year. It's actually next year. So in fact, in this year's budget, there remains a hidden $13 million tax grab by this government in this budget that we're debating here today. So the biggest tax break in Nova Scotia history in this budget this year is a big, large zero. And in 2025, the end of bracket creep will happen. And the removal of bracket creep will have a benefit of $13.4 million removal of the hidden increase. But how much is that on the $1.2 billion of personal income tax revenue that this government is receiving over the last 4 years? It's not over. We are now 1.4 million each, 1.1 billion each year collected in personal taxes from Nova Scotians than 3 short years ago. And the removal of 13.4 million is 0.00033%. How in the world is that the biggest tax break in Nova Scotians history? How can the government have a straight face telling Nova Scotians, and I've seen it in social media, I've seen it in emails from cabinet ministers to their constituents. Do the ministers actually believe what they are telling their constituents? If we round off the biggest tax break in Nova Scotia history to 3 decimal points, it comes back as another big zero. So we need to be honest with Nova Scotians. We need to tell Nova Scotians what this budget is really. And it is not the biggest tax break in Nova Scotia history. Let's move on to the budget. I've heard the Minister of Finance talking about the budget as an estimate, and things are going to change. But that's not actually the most important element of what a budget is. A budget is what are the plans of government. It lays out the priorities of a government. It lays out to Nova Scotians what taxes they are going to collect and how they are going to spend it. But unfortunately, the track record of this government is that they cannot budget. They cannot lay out a plan for Nova Scotians. And that has been evidenced by this heavy, heavy reliance on additional appropriations, of bringing things into their spending during the course of the year that have not been planned for. And There is actually a purpose and a reason why the budgets need to come to this floor and be debated in this House and to be approved and questioned and prodded by the opposition and from the media. That is a fundamental part of the work that we do here as legislators. And the Auditor General has pointed out how this government is violating those principles by the abuse of additional appropriations. And I would submit that it goes beyond the ire of the Auditor General of what this government is doing with the misuse of additional appropriations, is that they are actually breaking the law. And I have a section of the Finance Act with respect to additional appropriations. An additional appropriation, 27(1), an additional appropriation must be obtained when it becomes apparent to the head of an appropriated entity that its appropriation for the fiscal year is insufficient to carry out the purposes of the appropriation. Clause 4, an additional appropriation must not be requested and may not be made for a new program or activity that has not been previously included in the estimates for that fiscal year. So if you look at the additional appropriations, some fit into that, but many do not. Many are projects or programs that have not been put in the budget. So it is against the law, this own government's Finance Act, to bring in an additional appropriation that has not been put into this budget, put before this House, debated, and passed. It's okay to say we had higher utilization in health care and we need to increase it. You bring in an additional appropriation. It is not okay mid-year to hand out $58.9 million to Cape Breton University or $27.4 million to St. Francis Xavier or $25 million to create a new health data analytics and health system administration at St. Mary's. Those were not in the budget. Those were new ideas that an additional appropriation was passed by Executive Council, contradicting the Finance Act. Now, I'm certain the government is going to say, hold it now, healthcare is in a crisis, so we used special warrants. That's the other part of the act that I wanted to quote. And a special warrant may only be requested by the head, this is 29(1), a special warrant may only be requested by the head of an appropriated entity when it appears the expenditure of money on the occurrence of an expense is urgently and immediately required for the public good. Urgently and immediately. So how does $25 million to create a new data health analytics and health system administration program in St. Mary's? If you used a special warrant, how do you justify that that is urgent and immediate? Special warrants are for things like the pandemic, things like a forest fire. St. Mary's didn't even ask for this money. There's no plans. The Auditor General's report is scathing about the use of additional appropriations.
Order. I ask that the members stick to the Financial Measures Act. No. Order. So there's been some argument within the crowd, but you are going off. This is not the first time you went off, but you are going off. So stick to the Financial Measures Act, please. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important that the budget that is reflected in the Additional Appropriation Act is recognized for what it is, and you've thrown me completely off, Madam Speaker, and I know that's I know you're trying to guide me here. So let me move on. So here we go. So let's talk a little bit about what the finance minister response to additional appropriations are. We're just doing what other governments do. Additional appropriations.
Order. I see a lot of questions. This is the Financial Measures Act. It is not the Additional Appropriations Act, so you are to stick to the Financial Measures Act. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
What's up? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The challenge with the Financial Measures Act is that it does nothing with respect to indicating any kind of economic plan by this province. Normally, in a Financial Measures Act, we would see tax incentives and to reflect an economic plan for this province. The government has exhibited through this budget that there is no economic plan. And we are not seeing that in the Financial Measures Act in terms of tax breaks for Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians continue to be the most heavily taxed province in the country. And we are seeing a lack of economic development strategies and initiatives that would find their way into the Financial Measures Act. Nova Scotia and Canada has a productivity problem. Between all of the U.S. states and 10 provinces, we are number 60 and dead last. Now, the minister corrected me and said we are actually 59 now. But productivity has become a huge issue in Canada as we continue to lose ground against the U.S., and we are losing ground in Nova Scotia with respect to productivity. And there's nothing in the Financial Measures Act that show that this government has an economic plan. The budget shows virtually no increase in fisheries, in agriculture, nor in economic development. How are we going to grow the economy? How are we going to afford all of these promises that the government has made if we don't have an economic development plan and are introducing measures in the Financial Measures Act to stimulate business, to stimulate innovation, to raise our productivity and raise our quality of life for Nova Scotians? The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada was just recently in Halifax talking about this problem. And again, the budget plan, the Financial Measures Act is silent on any kind of economic development strategy for this province. We've talked a lot about the need for tax relief. We don't see tax measures in the Financial Measures Act. Thank you. If we don't see clauses in the Financial Measures Act that help with affordability in this province, help with economic development, then we are letting Nova Scotians down. I think I will leave it there as the Madam Speaker. I want to thank you for your advice on this. I guess my remaining comments might have to be a letter to the editor or a letter to the minister on the failure of this government's financial management. I'm deeply concerned about it. I wish there were some other pieces of legislation on the table that gave us more opportunities to discuss the important issues of the day for Nova Scotia. Issues of the climbing debt, large taxation, and the lack of progress and measurement of progress by this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. So I just have a few comments on this third reading of the Financial Measures Act. When I previously spoke to the budget at the start of the estimates process, I talked about the fact that when times are tough, that Nova Scotians want to know the government has their back. And I think that this government, through this bill and through this session, continues to show them that they don't. We are greatly concerned by the widening gap and the widening inequality in this province. A rising tide doesn't lift all boats, actually. And we have sought with care and attention and evidence and data to bring the government's attention to this in a multitude of ways. And while this has been characterized as negative in this House, in fact, it's an act of collective care, which I believe is what Nova Scotians want us to be doing. And if people actually listened to our various statements, in fact, we are very positive about this province, its people, and its future. I can even be positive about some of the aspects of this budget. This is me trying to demonstrate that. So we are, of course, happy to see the inclusion of a school food program. We're happy to see the indexing of taxation brackets. We're happy to see the introduction of a child and youth commissioner. And since I would argue we don't actually worry too much these days about money being in the budget or out of the budget so we can spend it, we're also happy to see the indexing of income assistance. And throughout this whole process, throughout all of those ways in which the government makes policy and makes law and spends money, there's a pervasive theme of a lack of accountability and transparency. And many of my colleagues have said clearly that this omnibus bill is a huge example of that. So first of all, there are so many measures in here, and we've talked about it so many times. There's so many measures in this bill that have nothing to do with financial management, that don't need to be in the FMA, and in fact warrant their own specific piece of legislation. And you know, and time again on these pieces of legislation, it's clear to me that you know, government has sought to completely ignore and sideline key stakeholders and interlocutors. So completely sidelining and ignoring municipalities in decision making. On the Public Personal Health Information Act, Clause 110, you know, completely ignoring the fact that there's a network of the regulated health professionals available to be consulted on this. I mean, this, you know, they've made it really easy. It's not that you actually have to go to dozens of different regulated professions. You can literally just go to one network, and that wasn't done. In estimates debate, I brought forward to the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health a budget release from the Canadian Mental Health Association Nova Scotia Division, which indicated their very strong concerns with the budget and with the budget's ability to deliver on universal mental health care. So, you know, it's a demonstrated remarkable lack of connection to key stakeholders. And that way, it's hard to accept that this budget is founded on priorities of Nova Scotians. There's also, you know, I think we've just seen trends in sort of the consultation or engagement process of this government. So maybe consult and then ignore, that might be the Coastal Protection Act, right? Don't consult but say they did, and I would argue that in lots of stuff to do with the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. Don't consult and say they don't have to. So, I mean, that's a number of different pieces. And, you know, and I think what we've been trying to talk about is like, what is the invisible string of who's influencing government decisions and who is subsequently making laws for the province of Nova Scotia, because it doesn't seem to be reflective of the needs and desires of Nova Scotians. I also really have to say that along with this lack of engagement and lack of consultation and lack of respect, I would argue, to Nova Scotians, maybe there's also like a remarkable lack of curiosity. And I want to frame it that way because I certainly, you know, I don't want to consider it arrogance, I guess is what I would say. So, you know, in the session of the House, this government refused to support a motion to study the well-being of Two-Spirit folks in Mi'kma'ki. They disagreed with the idea of having a discussion in an appropriate House committee about trans and gender diverse students and their well-being. They wouldn't initiate better understanding of the needs of autistic Nova Scotians. And to be clear, you know, I'm not making up the issues facing children or the 2S LGBTQ plus community. What we want to do is make things better. So we know that the rising tide doesn't lift all boats equally. What we want to do is make sure that, in fact, we can support everyone to flourish in this province. You know, I think throughout this session, the government has been particularly flippant about good public financial management. So with complete disregard for procurement policies in this government. So why do we have public procurement policies? And, you know, and guess what, folks? It's not just in Nova Scotia that we have them. It's actually like an international standard. And why? Because actually the history of sort of public procurement is not a good one, and we need to overcome that, right? So we need to make sure that we're spending money that serves the public interest, that they're on real issues and not pet projects. We need to prevent corruption. We need to make sure that politicians and their friends are not benefiting personally now or in the future from the money that we spend on behalf of Nova Scotians. We need to make sure that infrastructure is safe, and we do that through competitive processes where we hear from different folks who can provide services and programs, and so we make sure that we choose the one that has the highest potential to be a safe environment. We want to make sure that payments match the costs and that the costs are realistic. And we want it to be efficient, because every dollar of public money that is saved can be used to address another policy or program challenge. But this government doesn't seem to be too worried about throwing the money around or making sure it's getting spent the way it's supposed to. They are flippant when they are called to account for the spending of Nova Scotians outside the legislature. And yes, I think that it is absolutely an issue to be discussed here today. It is relevant to the discussion of the budget, because while we're looking at a budget here, we know that there's a ghost budget somewhere else, right? There's allocations that are going to happen over the next year for which this legislature will not be called back to approve. I understand that you're using the orders, that this government is using the orders in council process. I do not see it. I've actually taken some time and gone through some of the special warrants and orders in council from this government and from previous governments, and I'm going to continue. Just give me a minute. I'll come back to the bill.
Well, you're doing the yo-yo thing again, and you're walking the line. Like, this is about bracket creep. This is about all that, not things that we should have, could have done. Order. As much as I adore the NDP caucus, I don't adore their heckles right now. I'm following the rules of the House. And she needs to talk about the FMA. Not what? She just... They need to talk... My apologies. They need to talk about the FMA, not would've, could've, should've. Fair enough. And the MLA for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island admitted, and it will be answered. I will get back on the topic. I am asking you respectfully to stick on to the FMA. Please and thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So before I begin, I would actually like to, I've had to remind several members, particularly on the government side during this session, that the pronouns that I have been asked to be referred to, and I would appreciate the chair not rolling their eyes.
Order. I apologized. I made a mistake, and I apologized, and I started using the pronouns they. So I asked that the member from Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island accept my apology, but also continue in regards to the FMA. So I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So what I would say that I think is very relevant to the FMA and to the budget is that this is not the government's money to spend at will. This is Nova Scotians' money, and we expect it to come before the legislature, before all elected officials, and be voted on. The government were not the only MLAs that were elected. We were all elected by our constituents. We all have a role to play here. And when you're spending $2 billion outside of the process, I think there's really serious issues there. And, you know, I think, you know, eventually, honestly, the road less traveled is going to look a lot better because this government is going to come to realize just how flagrantly they have ignored the requirements of the Finance Act of Nova Scotia. With regard to core issues, so, you know, around affordability and poverty, you know, we've brought forward statistic after statistic, evidence after evidence, story after story, stakeholder after stakeholder, about, you know, concerns around child poverty, inclusive education, growing seniors poverty, the deep poverty that's experienced by many Nova Scotians, and we don't see that reflected in the Financial Measures Act. So while income assistance has been indexed, but that wasn't in the Financial Measures Act, and it wasn't in the budget, it was just one of those extra things, but I'm sure we can talk about it because it's something good that the government did. But fundamentally, it still leaves Nova Scotians in deep, deep poverty. We need dignity for all. We need Dignity does not look like asking people to spend their lives filling out forms, following food calendars, worrying about whether this is the month they'll lose their family's home. Yes. And we, as the member for Dartmouth South made so evidently clear earlier, we don't see more affordable housing. So what we do see is increasing homelessness. We see abuses of the Residential Tenancy Act, but we certainly do not see Nova Scotians having a feeling like they are able to access more affordable housing. In healthcare, so from what we understand, this budget and the FMA that activates it isn't going to result in more emergency service hours, ambulances, rural ERs. There isn't an investment into more OR hours. The focus is on access and care, but it's actually not providing stability for folks in primary health care. And we haven't heard enough about how we are actually focusing on recruitment and retention for doctors and nurses. I had an email from a constituent today talking about 2 doctors who were recruited from the UK and are actually leaving. They're heading back because the conditions of work in this province are not what they expected. We are deeply concerned about Clause 110, and I've spoken extensively about that. Again, I would prefer it not to think of arrogance, but rather sort of misinformation that would make government think that this is something that shouldn't be sent to the Privacy Commissioner, it shouldn't be further examined, and that it won't have a really detrimental effect. I know this government likes to talk about being innovative and the only jurisdiction and that sort of thing, and that's important. But it's, that's when you should be working hand in hand with community. That's when you should be building on evidence and information and data. Innovation isn't actually just the next idea out of your head. Innovation is actually a process of building trust and building the evidence as you go. I've raised my concerns that haven't been answered around the spending and planning in mental health and addictions. So I have brought forward the voices of our senior mental health workforce in this province, every child and youth psychiatrist, every public psychologist who are concerned that what's happening now is actually eroding the public system and not actually leading to better outcomes for Nova Scotians. The budget and the FMA are silent on our economic future. We have very real economic concerns in this province. This is reflected in the long-term stagnation of wages, returns on investments and dividends continue to rise. But at the same time, basic living costs are all spiraling upwards. We have a labor shortage, and that's a persistent challenge across all sectors, and it's holding us back. It's holding back businesses, it's holding back institutions. But it's not an employee's market. It should be an employee's market in this province, but it is not because people are unable to find the housing and healthcare that they need. This is all part of our fiscal plan, including population growth. So population growth is stagnant. Our projected real GDP, as outlined in our fiscal plan, in the budget, is a sliver. It's a sliver on the positive side. And it's very easy to knock that sliver, to be knocked over into the negative. We have a growing debt, growing net to GDP ratio, and growing debt servicing costs. And this is terrifying for folks to see grow. Well, there's been no real efforts to eliminate poverty and inequality. Because what happens is that then we have to look at austerity measures. In an FMA that contains 15 or so different pieces of legislation, there was a few missing that we could have seen in there. So I don't know, the food and beverage strategy, that would have been a great one. The agriculture industry has been waiting for almost 3 years now. Key decisions are being put aside. There's no agricultural strategy in the FMA. If you're gonna open it up to 15 acts, why not open up to a ton more? We see nothing around soil and water conservation. These could have been parts of the FMA if that's what we want to use the FMA for. And the FMA could have created land banks for agricultural use. This is a key and consistent demand from the agricultural sector for the protection of agricultural land and to facilitate the entry of new farmers. During this session, this government made their abandonment of the Coastal Action Plan official, the Coastal Protection Act official, and presented what I would term still not a carbon alternative plan. And really, I mean, this whole budget and the FMA should be grounded in our sustainable future. It should be grounded in a green jobs plan. It should be grounded in housing and healthcare infrastructure, but is also built green. And this FMA should also include a transit strategy. It is true that in most of this province, people still need to drive, often to get to school, to get to work, to get to their doctor, to get to their community involvement. And there's lots we can do about that to fix that. That is a policy choice that people can't access good public transit across this province. We are, in fact, a small territory, and other jurisdictions have made better choices and been able to build robust public transit systems that actually work. During this sitting, the doctor's wait list hit a record high at the same time the Premier suggested it was time to get rid of the list. We don't have a plan for Nova Scotia Health, so we don't actually know what that looks like. We don't have a budget for the QE2 project. So while the Premier wants to access your private information, Nova Scotians' private health records, he limits our access to information about how things are going and if things are improving. The FMA, much like this year's budget, is a disappointment. It fails to address the skyrocketing costs of everything from food to energy and housing. The striking lack of intersectional analysis throughout the budget and throughout the FMA, despite being mandated by the Anti-Racism and Equity Act that this government brought proudly forth, which was supposed to guide all of the other pieces of legislation, including the FMA. So everything, I would almost argue, especially the FMA, if it's going to have 15 pieces of legislation in it, we should have the tools and structure in place now in government to review it with the lens of the Anti-Racism and Equity Act. Many ministers continue to run programs without understanding.
Order. Just a gentle reminder. It's not in order to talk about anything that's not in, so I ask that you tie it closely, right, to everything that's within the FMA, okay? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, I could do that. I could do the work of the government hasn't done, and I could take the Anti-Racism Act and Equity and go through the entire FMA going point by point about what sort of questions and analysis you should be doing. But, I have time.
Order.
Yes?
Order. And that would be in order if you did that. But what's not in order is talking about things that are not in the FMA. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island. I might have to say it again. The microphone's not on. Oh. Okay.
I'm not leaving the chair.
Oh, Gary, you've, sorry.
Point of order.
Honourable member, point of order. I recognize the honourable member of Halifax-Chebucto.
Yeah, a point of order, Madam Speaker. It is in the character of the Financial Measures Act, distinct from other pieces of legislation, that it encompasses the government's entire program, and therefore permits a scope of debate that is not the same. I submit that these continual interruptions of the member, admonishing her to keep closer to the subject, are based on a failure to recognize this and amount to a kind of harassment. And so I want to invite the Speaker, please, to reconsider this approach.
Order. I'm not stopping you. I'm asking everybody in the crowd to just please, so I can hear you. Okay, so I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. So on the basis of that reasoning, I think it would be helpful if the Speaker, if you would give some reconsideration to the approach that has been leading the chair to this level of constant admonishment of the Speaker on this grounds. Thank you.
So for the member of Halifax-Chebucto, in the FMA, it's a more narrow, whereas the Appropriation Act, in regards to spending, is where then you can have a wider variety of it. Excuse me, I asked the member of Dartmouth South to please stop heckling. You're screaming across the room. I'm trying to explain to your colleague the advice that I've been given from the clerk. Anyways, so the FMA is more narrow, whereas the appropriation, you can go off a little bit. I'm asking the member to stay on the FMA, which was and is a lot of could've, would've, should've in spending, and that would have been fine in the appropriation, but we're talking about the FMA. So do I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I completely feel strongly that the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, which we all got behind, right? It was an all-party committee that created it, in fact, mandates government to review all pieces of legislation through this, including the FMA, all the laws we make through its lens. And so I strongly feel that I can comment on the fact that nothing in here has had a lack of intersectional analysis. And of course, some of my comments are going to be what should have been done. So why don't I just focus on, say, Clause 110. Can you help me find that?
Yes, I'll find it.
So, so Clause 110, for instance, thank you, around the Personal Health Information Act. So if we were actually using the Anti-Racism and Equity Act as intended, we would have capacity within government, and actually I believe the capacity exists within the Department of Health and Wellness. I know there's a health equity team, a health equity framework that's being developed. And so the consideration should be brought to bear on this particular clause of the FMA, Clause 110 of this FMA. And instead, it's been up to us on the opposition side to remind people that certain groups, such as to us LGBTQIA+ folks, African Nova Scotian folks, Indigenous folks, lots of people may, in fact, have specific concerns about how this would impact them. Can I call for a recess? I can't. I can't call for a recess. I just like.
Yes, you can. I will.
Okay.
I will. Okay.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto, I just would like to make one statement. These rules are older than before I became elected, so it is nothing personal. The House first set on October 2nd, 1758. So we are 266 years in. And so I just want to make that note because I know there's still some discussion over there about the ruling. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if you would be good enough to grant us, at this point in the debate, a 5-minute recess.
I would need unanimous consent. Do I have unanimous consent for a 5-minute recess? There has not been unanimous consent. I recognize the honourable member of Halifax-Chebucto.
Am I wrong to think that you, in fact, do have the capacity to rule unilaterally for a recess?
I cannot force a recess. If people object on it, we could have a motion on it, but there would have to be unanimous consent. I recognize the honourable member of Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the last part of your final sentence. Would you please repeat it?
You would need unanimous consent to have a recess. I've just asked. We did not get unanimous consent. It would be in order for you to make a motion for this purpose, but you would need unanimous consent. It is in order that the member of Halifax Citadel Sable Island asks for a recess. We would need unanimous consent in order to have that recess. So I will recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay. This Financial Measures Act, this bill, was rammed through this House in as little time as possible and contains as many extras as possible. What is up with listening to Nova Scotians? As I said, I'm sure the road not taken looks really good now because we are all surprised that the government did not choose to amend Clause 110. This isn't the budget, and this isn't the FMA that Nova Scotians needed. We wanted more for Nova Scotians. We bring their voices forward every day in this House. We want a Nova Scotia where everyone can trust in their government, to be open and honest with them, and to guard, not that kind of guard, the public purse. We will continue our work for Nova Scotia where all feel heard, respected, and can flourish.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
I rise to speak on Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act. As representative for Cumberland North and as an independent, I can speak honestly and authentically here in this legislature. It is a gift, and I'm grateful for it. In a 5-point plan to fight inflation, I had called on the government to end bracket creep, and thankfully, the government listened to me. There were many other opposition members.
Order. I ask that there's quiet and respect for the member who has the floor. I recognize the honourable member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since that was so funny, maybe I'll just repeat it. Because on behalf of the people that I represent, I had tabled a piece of legislation calling on the government to end bracket creep. That was a year ago. I was very pleased to see the government include that in this bill to end bracket creep. I had called on the government to do that, and they did so, and I'm very thankful for that. Other members in the opposition had also called upon the government to end bracket creep, and they also were listened to. What wasn't in the FMA, the Financial Measures Act, was another thing that I had called on the government to do, as well as the Halifax Chamber of Commerce. And that is to increase basic personal tax exemption. The Halifax Chamber of Commerce, and I'll table this document, they recommended the government to include this in their Financial Measures Act, and quote, they stated, quote, "We can't compete with other provinces for skilled workers and top talent because the tax burden in Nova Scotia is materially different than it is in various other provinces. The high marginal tax rates are putting the province at a greater competitive disadvantage for attracting and retaining skilled labor, and less directly investment and entrepreneurs. The further our province's tax system falls behind, the less attractive it is to live and work here. The tax system is fundamental to a competitive environment, inclusive growth, and a fair society. It affects people's daily lives and urgently needs an overhaul. The Atlantic Economic Council estimated the impact of increasing the Nova Scotia Basic Personal Exemption and other similar provincial income tax credit to $15,000, plus the elimination of the income clawback provision at roughly $318 million. While this is the ultimate goal of the Chamber, for this year we are asking the province to increase BPA and other tax credits to $15,000 while maintaining the clawback provision. Increasing the BPA will help affordability by allowing Nova Scotians to keep more of their income. The biggest winners from this tax change will be the low to middle income residents who will likely spend the additional disposable income on taxable items such as shelter, food, and fuel. And I will table the Chamber's document on this. When I speak to the people that I represent, they tell me they need relief from inflationary measures. The high prices of fuel, high prices of groceries, high prices of rent and other housing. Basic costs of living. They want access to a family doctor, not an app. They want health care when they need it. They want roads they can drive on, which is not the case right now in Cumberland. There's 2 culverts out, one in Conns Mills and Thompson Road, one on Route 6, which is actually the evacuation route for all Nova Scotians in the event of flooding on the Chignecto Isthmus. The people of Cumberland North need relief from these high inflationary costs, from carbon tax and from other taxes that this government have control over, namely tax on fuel. This government is taxing the carbon tax and benefiting from it. This government is taxing government fees. This government continues to tax the sale of used vehicles, continues to tax seniors by charging them a late fee on their pharmacare. Like the member from Chignecto has said, our seniors are the poorest in this country, and they should not have to apply for a seniors care grant. It should be provided and given like almost every other Canadian province in this country. The high prices of fuel, the high prices of groceries, the high prices of rent and mortgages are what these people need relief from in this province, and the Financial Measures Act does not provide that. The people of this province, the people that I represent, need hope. They need a budget that represents that hope. There are people living with no heat. There are people living with their vehicles being repossessed. In fact, I spent an hour and a half on the phone with someone last night that is right now in the situation of losing their vehicle this weekend and their home next week. These are the lives of the real people that we represent. These are the lives of the people of whom we represent in this chamber right now. For the first time ever in the town of Amherst, they have seniors going to their food bank. Seniors thought that they would be able to live with dignity in their retirement years, but instead are being forced to go to food banks. Many are turning to drugs and alcohol in their attempts to cope, and the problems with addictions are growing, contributing to increasing criminal activity and increased lawlessness. Access to wraparound services and addiction supports are scarce. In fact, we have seen a decrease in the supports in Cumberland County. In the town of Spring Hill, The detox center that used to be open 7 days a week is now only open 5 days a week. And people that are suffering and need help to get through their addictions are being discharged on a Friday, being put out on the street because the detox is closed for the weekend. That is not helping those in need. Meanwhile, this government, and through the FMA and this budget, floats in generous surpluses, spends with no legislative oversight, bringing criticism from the auditor as more than 10% of taxpayers' money is being spent without any legislative oversight. Madam Speaker, there are a few specifics I want to address here in the Financial Measures Act, and one is the amendment to the Highway 104 Western Alignment Act. The Western Alignment Act is a bill that was brought in almost 30 years ago to govern the Cobequid Pass. And that is a sore point and always will be for the people that I represent in Cumberland County. This bill changes the Western Alignment Act so that the money that is collected from the Cobequid Pass, from the tolls at the Cobequid Pass, will no longer only be used to service and maintain the highway for what is known as the Cobequid Pass. That money that is collected now can be used anywhere on the 100 series highways throughout the province. Some may say it's not a lot of money, but the fact is it represents money being taken away from the highway in Cumberland and Colchester. The people of Cumberland County would love to see that Cobequid Pass toll removed completely. It represents so much that has been that has hurt so many in our area. And there is a strong feeling, and it has not changed, that many believe that Nova Scotia begins at the pass, because so often Cumberland County is forgotten by this province. I want to make sure that the people I represent know that there is this change in the Western Alignment Act. Now, there's a lot of things to talk about in this bill. And ideally, in a perfect world, most of the things in this Financial Measures Act, especially those things that have nothing to do with financial measures, should have been presented here in the legislature with their own piece of legislation and properly debated and with proper legislative oversight. I did a little bit of research just looking back to see what should be included in a Financial Measures Act. Although this officially isn't called an omnibus bill, it does meet the definition, and I'll table this document where the House of Commons Glossary of Parliamentary Procedure defines an omnibus bill as a bill that seeks to amend, repeal, or enact several acts where there is a common link, common element connecting, where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked. And from everything that I read, usually there has to be a procedural reason why an omnibus bill is presented. And I don't think that was ever questioned here formally, but I don't see a real reason why we would have an omnibus bill tabled here in this legislature. The legislation seems light from, I've only been elected since 2017, but the legislation, the amount of legislation tabled here, I think is the smallest that I've seen since I was elected in 2017. But it is an odd bill. This Financial Measures Act, from what I can see, has 16 different pieces of legislation, either new legislation being tabled like the Youth and Child Act, or amendments to other legislation, most of them not financial related. Municipal legislation included. Last year in 2023, the Financial Measures Act affected 6 pieces of legislation, where I think this year it's 15 or 16. Last year it included amendments to the Revenue Act, the Credit Union Act, non-resident property tax, which those are all financial measures which you would expect to see in a Financial Measures Act. In 2022, the FMA affected 4 pieces of legislation, including the Income Tax Act and non-resident property taxes. Again, financial pieces of legislation. In 2021, there were more, up to 9 pieces of legislation, but not what we're seeing here, 15 or 16. In 2020, the FMA affected 5 pieces of legislation, all tax-related. In 2019, the FMA affected 9 pieces of legislation, all tax and revenue-related. In 2018, the FMA affected 7 pieces of legislation, all tax and revenue-related. You get the idea. There is a trend which seems to be a move away from good governance, a move away from using the Financial Measures Act as a piece of legislation to address financial measures for the province. Now we've moved towards a Financial Measures Act piece of legislation that is being used for non-financial related matters. Is this appropriate? Is it permissible? I guess it hasn't been challenged, so that's, I guess, why we're here to pass this today. A very, very important piece of this bill that has been debated for extended number of hours in this legislature, and it's very important that it is brought up again here in 3rd reading, is Clause 110. And I learned a couple of years ago by a good friend and a mentor who said, make sure whatever is debated in supply is repeated and debated again in 3rd reading so that it's recorded in Hansard. I always remember that. And for those reasons, I'm going to reiterate comments that I've made on Clause 110 in supply. I'm making sure that they're documented in Hansard in 3rd reading on this bill. Clause 10, we know, gives the minister and anyone she designates access to personal health records in this province. Full stop. It's very clear when you read the legislation. Now, in the FMA, it also does state that regulations will be put in place, but the fact is, Madam Speaker, what we vote on in this legislature is what is in law, what is in legislation. We have no say over what is put in regulations, and we know that can be changed at any time by the Executive Council, by Governor and Council. I do not believe the minister or anyone she designates should have access to people's personal private health information, and I am not alone in that. All healthcare professionals that are represented by professional bodies have come out against this bill. They have all come out publicly stating they do not support this legislation as it stands. Because of that, Madam Speaker, I had requested that the minister, the finance minister, repeal Clause 10. And I asked that the Department of Health and Wellness prepare a new piece of legislation, a new bill that is robust, that is comprehensive, that ensures proper governance, that would not allow the minister and her designate to have open access to people's personal health information. It is important that while electronic medical records is developed, that it ensures the privacy of people's personal health information and patient confidentiality. That is a core standard of care as a nurse and all other healthcare professionals, patient confidentiality. The preparation of this new bill should have included planning with Canada Health InfoWay, the Privacy Commissioner of Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and nonpartisan consultation with the public. I also believe that given that many Nova Scotia residents receive patient care through a maritime network of healthcare professionals, the governance of confidential patient information and electronic medical records should be done through a maritime collaborative approach. We know the IWK sees patients from all over the Maritimes, as well as the QE2, and many Nova Scotians seek care outside of Nova Scotia as well. This work should be done collaboratively with fellow maritime provinces. During Law Amendments Committee, we saw presentations from both Doctors Nova Scotia and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Doctors Nova Scotia President offered an amendment to this bill, which we saw the government turn down in supply when it was tabled by the NDP caucus, I believe. Doctors Nova Scotia also said they were pleased to work with government to establish a data governance framework that will provide a formal commitment outlining the parameters of the collection, use, disclosure, retention, and disposal of information extracted from physicians' EMRs for the purpose of Your Health Nova Scotia app. However, based on my research, I believe that this data governance framework should be in legislation, not in regulations. And when you read the legislation from other provinces and territories, you see that, Madam Speaker. You see a more robust, comprehensive legislation and laws put in place that ensures patient confidentiality, unlike what we see here in Clause 110 in Bill 419. Nunavut seems to have the most robust legislation, and one of the things that I like about Nunavut is that the person that they are authorizing is not a politician. The person that they are authorizing is the Chief Public Health Officer. And I could go on to read, but I won't read all their legislation, Madam Speaker, but I can assure you that what they have in legislation is far more robust than what is being proposed here in Nova Scotia. And I'll table those documents. As a former business owner, one of the biggest lessons that I learned is to be successful, you need to listen to your staff. You need to listen to your employees. And the staff of the healthcare system are not being listened to with regards to Bill 110 and 419. And I believe that this is a big mistake. In addition to Doctors Nova Scotia, we had Dr. Gus Grant representing the College of Physicians and Surgeons, who also spoke strongly, very clearly, articulately against Bill 419 and Clause 110. From his submission, I'll read, if passed, Section 110 will fundamentally change the nature of the patient-doctor relationship and the professional duties of physicians. Going forward, this law requires all physicians to enable access to their medical records to the minister. For physicians, this creates a new professional legal duty. For patients, it means the entirety of their medical records will be accessible to the government. Dr. Gus Grant also asked in his submission, has the government consulted the Privacy Commissioner about this significant legislative amendment in Bill 419 that will require the release of patients' personal health information to the minister? Have any recommendations from the Privacy Commissioner been considered in the form of safeguards that should accompany this legislation? We also know that in instances where large amounts of confidential data are collected, used, and disclosed, it is common to have data sharing agreements in place to create safeguards around the information. What does that look like? Section 110 is silent. And those are comments from Dr. Gus Grant. He is a lawyer as well as a medical doctor and represents the physicians of this province. It's unbelievable, actually, that we have heard from the groups, all of the organizations, the bodies that represent all healthcare professionals in this province, licensed, regulated healthcare professionals, and we haven't seen any amendments to the legislation or this clause being pulled. It's actually unbelievable. The network, Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, which represents all regulated health professional bodies here in this province, including, I'll read through them, Madam Speaker, College of Dental Hygienists of Nova Scotia, the College of Occupational Therapists of Nova Scotia, the College of Paramedics of Nova Scotia, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia, Denturist Licensing Board of Nova Scotia, Midwifery Regulatory Council of Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia Board of Examiners in Psychology, Nova Scotia College of Chiropractors, Nova Scotia College of Counseling Therapists, Nova Scotia College of Dietitians and Nutritionists, Nova Scotia College of Dispensing Opticians, Nova Scotia College of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy Professionals, Nova Scotia College of Medical Laboratory Technologists, Nova Scotia College of Nursing, Nova Scotia College of Optometrists, Nova Scotia College of Pharmacists, Nova Scotia College of Physiotherapists, Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, Nova Scotia Dental Technicians Association, and the Provincial Dental Board of Nova Scotia. That network, representing all of those organizations, provided a submission regarding Bill 110, Clause 110, Bill 419. And their submission included, while the network supports the goal of one patient, one record in Your Health and NS, the network has two primary concerns arising from Bill 419. This is important. Their concerns are the lack of transparency and consultation respecting such a significant change to the collection, use, and disclosure of patients' personal health information, and the lack of accompanying safeguards respecting such collection, use, and disclosure. Respecting transparency, despite the potential impact of this legislation on custodians, meaning anyone that holds people's personal health information, there has been no advance notice to the network of this proposed change to FHIA. As a result, there has been limited opportunity to the network to consult with its members to obtain feedback on how this legislation will impact them. Not only has the network had limited opportunity to consider the impact of this proposed legislation, even more importantly, it is concerned that patients, particularly those who have distrust in the government's authority to access patients' personal health information, remain unaware of the fundamental changes that lie ahead. Many of these patients are from vulnerable communities who may well have concerns about accessing health care within a system that allows such broad governmental access to their health information. And when I read this, Madam Speaker, my mind immediately goes to think of people that have gone through serious trauma, people like victims of sexual assault, and they have shared their personal stories in hopes of getting support and help from their medical practitioners, from their psychologists, from their psychiatrists, from their physician, from their therapists. And it's very upsetting to them. And we heard from one woman who had such courage to come forward in law amendments and share some of her story. And unfortunately, this person has already had her personal health information violated and breached. And her story represents so much. One point in relation to what Dr. Gus Grant asked is, has the Privacy Commissioner been involved? And I bring that up again because in the case with Carrie Smith, who shared at Law Amendments Committee, I don't know the exact date her personal health information was breached, but it was a few years ago. And she still does not have any resolution because it's still before the Privacy Commissioner because of the backlog. Because the Privacy Commissioner, from everything that we can see, from everything we've read and that's been shared, is underfunded. And we're in a situation now where legislation is about to pass that is going to open up a whole stream potentially of privacy breaches. And our privacy commissioner and her office are already in a situation where there is, I believe, a 3-year or more backlog. Nova Scotians deserve better than this. Nova Scotians need to know there is a place they can go to in a timely manner to report and get an investigation if their privacy is breached. And from all that we can see, that is not going to be possible. Considering the brave, courageous woman that presented at law amendments is still in a situation where she has not received answers or a final investigation or resolution to her situation. And I shared previously, I got a call myself a couple months ago that my personal medical files went missing. And my first instinct was somebody took it for political reasons. And it's a sad thing to say, but there is a lack of trust in government. And there's reasons for that. And I believe we should be doing everything we can, Madam Speaker, to try to rebuild trust of the people. And passing this bill right now is the wrong thing to do without making amendments and without making changes to Bill 110. However, it appears that that is not going to happen based on all of the efforts of everyone representing healthcare professionals, us members in opposition representing the people of what it would seem not only our own constituents, but also citizens from the constituents in the government, considering that they are supporting this from what it would appear. There's lots more that can be said, but I think I hit the highlights. And the real question is, are we passing laws in this legislature that will hold up in court? That's the real question. And from everything that I've been told, this will not. Because the proper governance structure has not been put in place. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to just mention a very important piece of this bill, which many have said, and I would agree, should have been its own bill brought before this House to have proper input in Law Amendments Committee by the public, but also proper debate and something that we all could have been celebrating, and I would assume likely would have had full support by all 55 MLAs, and that is the piece of legislation around the Office of Children and Youth. And we did have several people present at Law Amendments Committee on this as well, and we had a really strong amendment put forth by the NDP caucus on how to make this piece of legislation better, and including recommendations that it be an independent officer of the House of Assembly based on the principles established in the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child. And hopefully, I'm hopeful that even though the government refused to pass the amendment that was put forth, that they will take the information that the NDP caucus and staff prepared for the government and use that, because it's very, very good information and would definitely make the bill stronger in the future. Something else that I wanted to make comment of while we discuss the Financial Measures Act is I wanted to table this document by the Fraser Institute, and it was published on March 26th of this year. And I think this is an important point to make since we're discussing the budget and discussing the financial measures for the province of Nova Scotia. The Fraser Institute released this document that shares their concerns around the size of government in Nova Scotia. And I'll read this quote. It says, it finds the size of government in Nova Scotia relative to the economy as a whole is the largest anywhere in Canada at 63.0% per GDP. Government size was 58.3% in PEI, 57.6% in New Brunswick, and 44.1% in Newfoundland and Labrador. Measured as a share of the provincial economy, the Atlantic provinces, as well as Quebec, have the largest government spending in the country. Nova Scotia saw the largest increase nationally in the size of government with a 6.1 percentage points. This is important. Previous research has shown that the size of government as a share of the economy to maximize economic growth and social progress is between 26 and 30% of GDP. Let me read that again, 26 and 30% of GDP. When a government exceeds that size, it imposes negative effects on the economy, such as crowding out the private sector investment, but without providing proportional benefits, such as greater social progress. And I make this point because I think it's important when we're discussing financial measures here in this province to show that Nova Scotia has the largest government in the country based on GDP. And that's actually hurting our private sector. So when we have private companies coming to us saying, we can't find enough we can't find enough people to work in the trades, can't find enough people to work in healthcare, maybe the government might want to take a look at what they're doing and how many people they're hiring and keeping hired in government. And are we actually using taxpayers' dollars wisely? Are we being efficient and wise with the money that is given to us by the taxpayers of this province? Madam Speaker, I believe this government needs to take a closer look at what the people need. The people that I represent need help right now. They need help with the high price of fuel, high price of groceries, and the cost of living of every day. And they want to have a doctor when they need it. And for these reasons, with these comments, Madam Speaker, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to take a few minutes to address the misinformation that is being stated here now twice on the floor of the legislature by the MLA for Cumberland North regarding the broadening of the mandate of Highway 104 Western Alignment Corporation.
Order.
It is the FMA.
I'd ask the honourable member to retract and replace the word misinformation. I recognize the honourable member of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd like to address some. Pardon me? You have to retract the word. Oh, I'll retract the word misinformation. Thank you. So I've heard a couple times on the floor from the MLA for Cumberland North that constituents in her constituency are very disappointed, and she's very disappointed that with the legislation on the Western Alignment Corporation. I want to correct the record so that people understand, first of all, that when it comes to roads and highways, safety is our #1 concern. It always has been, and it always will be. And I wanted to say with certainty that our commitment to the Cobequid past will not change under these amendments. That's been stated twice now on the floor of this legislature. It is not correct. The highway will continue to be maintained to a high standard, and the jobs associated with the past will remain. The people of Cumberland and Colchester counties will continue to enjoy the benefits of this highway as they have since the 1990s. This is one of the best maintained pieces of highways in the province. And Mr. Speaker, this issue is about excess of revenue from the tolls. And isn't it great that the fact that the excess revenue now, the Cobequid Pass will continue to be remained and maintained as it was, but the excess will be able to put on other 100 series of highways, which I'm sure the members' constituents always also drives. So this will be done on a priority basis. I'm very pleased with this legislation. I think it's a good piece of legislation to continue to make sure our highways are maintained for people that travel them. And, you know, I just would like to say that as minister, I take this job very, very seriously about keeping our highways open and safe and traffic flowing. And when you see me on the highway this summer, it'll be in a hard hat, a safety vest, and work boots. It won't be in high heels. And I will be making sure that our highways are open not like the member.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I just want to briefly stand up as well and speak into the record in regards to the Financial Measures Act, in particular Clause 110, which will amend the Personal Health Information Act. So, as we've said, our government is committed to fixing health care, and access to data that is up to date is an important part of managing that system. There's been a lot of discussion in this chamber and elsewhere in the legislature about the proposed amendment to FIA, Personal Health Information Act, but it has been inaccurate. Simply put, the change to the Act is necessary. It's a necessary step to allow to make regulations to do two things. One, to give the health minister, or really the Department of Health, access to overall aggregate data to manage and allocate resources in our health system. And I would say that the aggregate data that we receive from other parts of the healthcare system allow us to do that in other areas. But this is really around the personal health information in a portion of the healthcare system which we currently do not have a timely line of sight. It will also ensure that every Nova Scotian has access to their own health records, as they should. The requirements that the health minister must meet under the Act, which I currently have and every other health minister under the Act has had, are not changing, including the legal obligation to protect individuals' information and privacy. Information cannot be used for just anything. It can only be used for the specific purpose it's collected for, and in this case, it is to manage the healthcare system, plan for the future, allocate resources, and ensure that people have access to their own personal health records. In fact, using data for other reasons would be in violation of this Act. Rest assured, no health minister will be looking at anyone's individual health records. No one needs to worry about the confidentiality of their discussions with their physician. Nova Scotians' health records are secure, and no data will be stored on the Your Health NS app. This change does not impact any of the privacy protections that are provided in the Act currently. No change is being made to any of the legislative parameters that cover the use or the protection of private health information. The change is simply expanding the data sources connecting to our existing system, the same system already in place for hospital visits or for doctors to be paid, for example. The change will give us high-level data about family doctor or specialist visits, for instance, and give Nova Scotians access to their own records about these types of appointments. A full privacy health assessment has been done on all of the systems and how they handle data. The information being collected and provided as part of the current pilot is being done according to the highest standard of Canadian privacy protections, and all the necessary safeguards are in place, and that won't change. This amendment is necessary to expand that pilot so that everyone can access their records if they wish to, and that's what we're working towards. It will allow us to give Nova Scotians access to their own electronic health records in the palm of their hands. Too often we hear that people struggle to get their medical information, or they have to pay expensive fees to access it. Nova Scotians shouldn't have to jump through hoops to get records that are rightfully theirs. The only way to ensure everyone has a choice to access their information is to mandate that healthcare professionals make it available. Nova Scotians told us to treat their health information with diligence, and we will, and we are. We have also consulted with equity-seeking groups around data collection, and we will continue to engage them to ensure the principles that they want around the collection and release are followed to protect rights for privacy and safety. Department of Health and Wellness has established relationships with organizations like Dudgegamik and entities like the Client Linkage Registry. We also have relationships with the Data Reference Working Group, who are integral in the development of race-based data collection, the Fair Care Project. And through these relationships, we have worked and will continue to work on not only the regs that are developed, but other projects to ensure data is protected and vetted through a culturally safe and relevant lens. Through these collaborative relationships, we will ensure people have access to their own data and their own story. Going forward, we will work with all stakeholders, including the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the Regulated Health Professional Network, and Doctors Nova Scotia as we develop the regulations. This approach has been successful in the past, creating the Patient Access to Care Act regulations, and we will work to ensure similar successes with these. This amendment is necessary to ensure that we have a modern healthcare system that Nova Scotians deserve now and into the future. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. And just in response to the minister's comments, the doctors don't agree. The College of Physicians they don't agree. They don't agree. They don't agree. They said it changes the relationship between the doctor and the patient. Everything the minister just said, she stood on her feet, I get it. The doctors do not agree with that statement. So I want to get that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, it will be to close debate on Bill on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I now move to close debate on Bill number 419, the Financial Measures Act. And Mr. Speaker, I won't be long today. There's a couple of things that I have to address. One is, well, I'll go back to Budget Day, the budget address. And the standing ovations that came so spontaneously from the official opposition gave me hope that they would be voting for the budget. I had some hope for a little while, Mr. Speaker. Shall we say it's waned a bit over the last few weeks. But Mr. Speaker, I had hoped that there would be a vote by everyone for the budget. There's a lot of spending in the budget. There's a lot of good things in the budget. And I also hoped that there would be a vote in favor of the Financial Measures Act that's before us. And ideas. No one has a monopoly on ideas. But I will say this, it's harder for somebody to claim credit for an idea if they don't vote for it. And I will say, it's one thing to talk about an idea, it's another thing for a government to budget for it and to implement it. And with some of the things that, well, everything that's in our budget this year and what's in this Financial Measures Act, that's actual action taken by government for the benefit of Nova Scotians. And I think about the indexing of income tax brackets, which was the #1 ask during the pre-budget consultations. Another thing I think about that I have to address is all of this discussion on additional appropriations. And one of the things one of the members in the official opposition said today was a suggestion that the government isn't even following the law. Well, we're following the same law that was put in place years ago under an NDP government, Mr. Speaker. So I would say to that member, if we're not following the law, why didn't his government also not follow it for 8 years? But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that we are all following the law, and it's been the same law for all three parties at this point. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, we need only look, and I'll table this, we need only look at a recent report from the Auditor General where she states, and I quote, "The province is correctly following the requirements as set out in Nova Scotia's Finance Act for over-budget spending, additional appropriations." So, Mr. Speaker, we're following the law. Let the record be clear, and that's why I have to get up and state it here in the House today. I can't let a remark like that go unchallenged, because if people believe that out there, they would be given information that was not true. So I must stand and correct that, and I will table that for the benefit of the House. And that's from the Auditor General. So how common are these additional appropriations? Well, would you believe Mr. Speaker. Would you believe that I've got them here, and I'll table these as well. This has been going on for many, many years, and I just have going back to 1997-98. Every single year, there has been an additional appropriation. Every year? Every single year. Every single year. And I will also say, you know, some people say the magnitude of these additional appropriation, well, it's different now. The member spoke about this in their debate on the FMA, so I'm addressing the comments that they raised in reference to the Financial Measures Act, which contains things like the indexation of tax brackets.
Order. The comments for the additional appropriations that was discussed before on the floor were actually found as part of this bill as being not part of the bill. I'd ask the Honourable Minister of Finance to, I mean, if you're tying this in, but to stick to the FMA. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, okay, I will dispense with providing, and I've already provided the evidence previously in question period anyway, that shows. So I think I've done enough to stay within the rules here to address the comments. So what is this Financial Measures Act about? Well, I'm going to keep it quick, Mr. Speaker. It's about indexing tax brackets and various tax credits to put more money in people's pockets. And I tell you, you know, we take it for granted here in the chamber, but we're actually going to vote on this and make it happen today. This is something that many governments have talked about, and we are really the first to do it in this province, Mr. Speaker. It's about extending the life of business tax credits for companies investing in our province and our people. It's about a future of electronic tolling on the McDonald and Mackay bridges. Now, some people are going to be going across those bridges momentarily, Mr. Speaker, and think about this. It's going to reduce the average trip across those bridges by 90 seconds. Now, at some times of the day, it probably doesn't take 90 seconds to go across, so I think that tells you that there's times of the day when congestion results in people spending lengthy periods of time trying to get across those bridges. So that is good news. It's about an office to advocate for children and youth. It's about continuing the executive panel on housing and HRM to facilitate an increase in housing supply. It's about bigger fines for people who steal the resource of our fishery and put its health at risk. And our fishery, Mr. Speaker, must be noted, as our fisheries minister often reminds me, it is our biggest export. And Mr. Speaker, I won't do justice as the health minister just did, so I will let her comments stand for the government side here today, but it's about empowering people with their own health information. And it's about empowering the system with the aggregate data, the bigger picture information, so that the system can make decisions to make sure the system is operating efficiently and giving people the best care they can get. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no need for me to say much more. There's an awful lot good in this bill, and I'm looking forward to the vote so that we can get these measures in place for Nova Scotians.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act 2024 Act. Would all those in... There has been a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. The House will come back to order. I recognize the clerks to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig. Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
No.
Tony Ince. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nichol. Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 28, nays 17.
The motion carries. Order that the bill do pass and the title is read by the clerk. Oh, sorry.
Bill 419, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures.
Order that the bill do pass and the title is read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for second reading?
Private local bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 442, United Way of Halifax Region Continuation Act?
Bill 442, the United Way of Halifax Regional Continuation Act. I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill being brought forward as a local bill on behalf of the United Way of Halifax. So the bill removes the United Way Halifax from private legislation as it was originally founded and will allow it to be placed under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. This will provide the organization with the necessary flexibility of governance, continuing to meet needs of an increasingly complex and growing social sector. Modernizing United Way Halifax governance requirements under legislation opens up greater possibilities around collaboration with other United Ways, provincially, regionally, and nationally, depending on the initiative. And I'm proud to bring this bill to the floor of the House. The United Way is doing incredible work in our communities across the province, and I'm glad to see them pursuing new ways of doing business.
If I'm to recognize the honourable member, it will be to close debate on second reading of the bill. I recognize the honourable member Halifax Sable Island.
I move to close debate on second reading of Bill 442.
Motion is to close debate on the second reading on Bill number 442, the United Way Region, Halifax Region Continuation Act. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking for unanimous consent to bypass Committee of the Whole House and move this bill right through to the end. Bill number 442, United Way of Halifax Region. Pardon me? Bypass private and local.
Do we have, is it agreed? Agreed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
No, we're done. We've already gone through it all. I do? Okay. I already did it. Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 442 for third reading?
Bill 442, the United Way of Halifax Regional Continuation Act for third reading. Oops. No? Okay. It's been one of those weeks. I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I move to close debate on third reading of Bill 442.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Okay. I move Bill 442 for third reading.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I move to close debate. A third reading, third reading on Bill 442.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill number 442, the United Way of Halifax Regional Continuation Act. All those in favour of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries.
Bill 442, an act to continue the United Way of Halifax Region as a not-for-profit corporation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and to repeal Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1972, an act to incorporate the Halifax-Dartmouth United Appeal.
Order that the bill do pass and the title is read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a government notice of motion resolution for congratulatory messages that I would like to read. It says, Speaker, I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the House of Assembly Rules and Forms of Procedure. Be it resolved that all the congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedure of the House of Assembly from February 27th, 2024 to the rising of the House today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
A motion on the floor. All those in favour signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business. I ask that we please take a short recess and wait the arrival of His Honour.
We're now in recess. Let His Honor the Lieutenant Governor be admitted.
His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor. It is the wish of His Honor the Lieutenant Governor that everyone present be seated.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and in behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 404, an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity. Bill number 419, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures. Bill number 442, an act to continue the United Way of Halifax Region as a not-for-profit corporation under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and to repeal Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1972, an act to incorporate the Halifax-Dartmouth United Appeal.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
Your Honor, having been graciously pleased to give your assent to these bills passed during the present session, it becomes my agreeable duty on behalf of His Majesty's dutiful and loyal subjects, His faithful Commons of Nova Scotia, to present Your Honor a bill for the appropriation of supply granted in the present session for the support of the public service to the request of Your Honor's assent thereto.
An act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
In His Majesty's name, I thank His loyal subjects, and I accept their benevolence and assent to this bill.
Please rise. His Honor, the Speaker. I would ask the members please rise and join me in the singing of the national anthem. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you. Everyone can sit down. Please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I move to adjourn, I'd like to thank a number of people who are in the House and made sure that this session moved along very smoothly. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members of the House, I would like to acknowledge our pages. They could come in. Such an incredible, just inspirational group of young men and women. I would like to thank those at Ledge TV. The clerks of our House. I know as Government House Leader, I'm constantly referring to James and David and their team. Thank you so much. The Legislative Council Office, who drafts the bills on this floor every day. Thank you. To our Legislative Library, thank you so much for everything you do for all of us members in this House. Of course, our Hansard team, big shout out to our Hansard team. They do a lot of work for us. Our House operations staff. Our very, very capable and dapper Sergeant of Arms. Our commissionaires, who we see every day when we walk in these doors. They keep us safe, and we appreciate you so much. course, our constituency assistants who make our constituencies run while we're here in Halifax. The entire public service, the men and women who, I know we've said this before, but the men and women who work in our public service here in Nova Scotia are the best in the country. And of course, the driving force behind all of us are families, the families that support us while we're in the house, for ensuring that things continue in our children's lives while we sit here for long hours. Thank you so much to our families for everything they do to support us. And just because I'm the government House Leader and the House Leaders never get recognized in this speech, I'm going to take the opportunity to thank the House Leaders. Thinks being a House Leader is an easy job, they're so wrong. So thank you, everyone. I want to wish all of you a very safe and happy summer. I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker. Thank you.
The motion is that the House now adjourn and meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. We stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.